Hello, Jug. Hello, hello, hello. How we doing today? Doing pretty good myself. How are you? Dude, I say I'm pretty good, but I just want to play PoE. And I can't. And that kills me inside. I have succumbed to the hype train, I realized. And now it's too late for me. Played phase 1 of my new start? Oh, nice. Why not? Well, just because it's not out yet. I just want to play the new stuff. I want to start the league. I'm very excited. Trying my best to distract myself with other stuff up until the league launch, like I usually do. Because the closer you can get to the launch, the less time you have to spend in the purgatory that is being aware that a league launch is coming but not being able to play it. Dropping the new build on Discord? Yeah, let me take a look at it. I shall. I think the pre-stream ads are still playing, but I'm here. I don't have anywhere to go. So, I'm just chilling. This is some good music. I don't know what this is, but I like it. It's the same location, but just making more. I love that starting location. Here, you know what I can do here at the beginning while the ads are still playing is fix my camera. Oh yeah, you're also getting to see a little behind the scenes. Just pretend you're not able to see that. There we go. Back to the darkness of the void, where we all return one day. What's that? Ooh, factory. Flashbang? Was it really? Sorry. Apologies. Nice. Phase 1 factory done. That's good shit, man. You still feeling good about your restart? You were just too bright. Oh, yeah, I get that a lot. I'm very pale. I reflect a lot of light. Oh, am I not in this scene? There we go. Oh yeah, I was wuckling, so I'm in the middle. Let me come over to the side. I'm feeling great on the restart. Hell yeah, dude. That's awesome. I'm very glad to hear it. I'm still chugging along. Still chugging along here. I am hoping to make some actual progress today, though. I need to remember what I was doing last time. I think I need my modeler to help me remember. Because I wanted to work on aluminum and, like, actually get some, aluminum casings and aluminum sheets made today. It would be really good. I already got a couple of the resources for it. Here we go. This is what I was working on. So I already have satisfied the silica that I wanted. And I also grabbed the copper. Oh yeah, let me go over... Okay. Since the input is ingots, let me go over to where I prepped the copper and set it up to smelt. On site. I'd like for the actual aluminum plant to receive, like, already processed resources. The fuck? Excuse me? Why is this here? Why is there a cluster? No, oh fuck. Ugh. I forgot about him. Where's my healing? Don't follow me. I ditched the modeler so I can go back to the time-honored tradition of winging it, as I just want to be as flexible as possible. Hey, that's good, man. If you can do that, if you can return to monkey on ditching the modeler, that's actually fucking sick. I applaud that. I don't think I can, because I'm too used to it. I said I was going to, for this one, for this layout, but it feels like it's so confusing not to have a visual representation of what I'm doing. I'm definitely winging it numbers-wise, though. Like, normally I would fine-tune the numbers on a build way before I even started building, but this time I'm just kind of grabbing the resources and making it happen. I plan anything in advance, my OCD will force me to build big, not pretty. Why not both? Alright, how much ore do I have here? I have 150. I could eventually have 300. There I go, planning in advance. I think I'm just gonna smelt them like normal, because this doesn't actually take a lot of ingots. So how much can a single smeltery take? It's been a while since I built a regular smelter. I actually only need 4 smelters. Unless I want to avoid overclocking. Where do I want to put them? I totally appreciate that, though. I can understand. I was thinking about just having like a little line of them right here. I can just drop it down and then put it back up. Oh, is this not on the same grid? I guess not. That's okay. Yeah, I'm trying my best to be production focused today. And not very focused on beauty. At least not until I get, like, to the actual aluminum plant. Decorating dependencies is a slippery slope, because, holy shit. If you start decorating dependencies, then... it takes exponentially longer to do anything. Hey, Hummus MZ. Thanks for following, dude. Welcome to being followed to the channel. Went back to building on the grid, so no more weird angles. Yeah, it's too late for me on that account. Too late. I've already gone and fucked it. But yeah, if you have a clean start, building on the grid's not such a bad idea. I just really love... I love weird stuff. I love weird shapes. Some of my favorite shapes are weird. I have a lot of weirdly shaped friends. Yo, Jeezy, I love your Mega Prints, man. West Grand is amazing. Thanks, dude. I appreciate that. I am glad to hear it. Are you actually getting some use out of it? Have you, actually imported it? I hope so. But thank you. I try. The thing took me a lot of work, so it's really good to hear. That's definitely my favorite completed build so far as well. I love it. Everything, I feel like everything just kind of came together with that one. Oh, this actually looks pretty good. I know this is going to clip through, but it doesn't really matter because there's kind of already the airport little walkway thing. With my child's brain, I can't call you Jeezy with a straight face. Is that why you call me DS? Either way works. I could be DS, I could be Jeezy. Yes, I have it integrated with my world. It's an amazing addition with great power output. Dude, that is so cool. That is awesome. I'm so happy to hear that. I think mega prints are awesome. I think it's one of the coolest things in the game. It is kind of a shame that it is an external tool. Because I could totally understand people not wanting to use them because they have to use the map editor. But like, holy, like importing and exporting entire factories, how is that not like the coolest thing you've ever seen? So that's incredible, man. I am very glad to hear that you have integrated it into your world, because that was always the initial goal, was to know that someone out there was using my stuff and getting some, like, that building exists more than once is very, very cool. So thanks for coming in and saying that. That's why it's always been DS? Okay. Makes sense. Oh yeah, I guess I don't wanna continue this with ore if I'm just gonna have the ingots. So yeah, because I started off making a bunch of mega prints and being like, this is the coolest thing ever. And then at a certain point, I guess I was like, man, is anybody even using these? I wasn't sure. But it's very cool to hear that, yes, that is what's happening. Alright, let's, what the fuck have I just done? What is happening here? Alright, let's delete that. Delete that and call the police. The sulfur and coal definitely was a challenge to get it to run right, but I love it. Awesome. Yes, the sulfur and coal was also my main problem. I can imagine it would have been troublesome. I ran it in a very weird way. But once I saw the possibility of running it in along that cliff face, I just I needed to. I needed to do it. Alright, we're just making copper ingots here, and everything is 1-to-1. We've got... no, wrong way around. 25. They just need to be slightly underclocked for now, and there's room to overclock them later. Yeah, man, that structure was insanely delayed because of the coal and sulfur. Because I was like, how do I even do this? Let's move these back a little bit, actually. Kind of want them to be almost flush with the thing above, if possible, and give me a little bit more room to route the stuff out afterwards. I finally unlocked the hidden knowledge. Your name actually reads DSGZ. D's GZ. I have many names. I have been known by my many names. It's supposed to be DSGZ. but I could see how that might not immediately be apparent. Oh shit, some of these splitters are misplaced for them being this close. Okay. I guess I will have to place them on some kind of grid to get them to actually run together. That's fine. Are you working on the iron factory I see on your Patreon? I have been. Today I'm feeling a little stuck on it, so I'm doing some actual progress working on some aluminum today. Because I need some aluminum to finalize that building, and I don't have a source of it yet. Because I can't make enough Mark V belts to get it running. So I'm trying to get a small aluminum depot set up. So that I can actually Mark V those machines. Because I have it planned. I have a massive plan in my mind of the building making a certain amount of items, but I need Mark V belts and Mark III miners for it to even get close to the numbers that I intend, so. But that is the current, like, big project, yeah. This is just a supporting infrastructure. Oh, these need to be Mark IIIs. Yeah, I'm just feeling a little bit stuck on that. There's, until I get the higher tier belts, it's mostly cosmetic stuff that I still want to do. And I am very stuck on some of it. And I just don't want to look at it right now. I'm taking the opportunity to step away. Plus, it'll be really nice to have an actual steady source of aluminum so that I don't have to go scrounge around the world for it every time I want some. I've corralled some doggos and they've actually been bringing me quite a bit, which is nice. But it still doesn't stand up in the face of needing how much I need for a big factory like that. Alright. Tiny little copper smeltery. Let's get it hooked up to power. Did I have one more machine before? I thought I did, maybe. Oh, these also never got hooked up. Okay. Cool. I'll have to clear out the copper ore from the train buffers, because I'm sure these are full of garbage. Yep. Sure are. I'm gonna do that before I leave. I'm gonna make sure everything is clean. I think that should be the last bit of copper ore, and now I'll be shipping out copper ingots instead. So I don't have to process them on site. Let's just wait until I see the first ones coming through. There they are. Look at them go. What are you working on today? Dependencies for aluminum. So I have silica that I already have set up and feeding into a train. I got the copper ingots right now. And then I need a source of coal, water, and then I need to figure out if I want to bring the water to the bauxite or the bauxite to the water. I have to figure out what nodes I want to use. Morning, gamers. Morning, Trip. How you doing, brother? There we go. Okay, that's good. Baby aluminum copper load. Baby aluminum copper train. Nice. So I have a train in here that should be signaled correctly. And is this set to load? It is. So that's set to load. Let me go make sure my silica platform is set to load, and then I'll start going to get the coal. Because I think the coal is the last one that I want to ship out. I love how spaghetti-y it is over here. It's very curvy. Not bad. It's my birthday, so I'm getting a steak for breakfast. Happy birthday, dude. Steak for breakfast. Holy shit. That's amazing. Good, good. You deserve it. Silica transport, silica loading. Awesome. Alright. Let's go figure out what coal node I want to use. Means probably blasting off again. Over here. I don't know where that spider went. Hello, gentlemen. I'll be seeing you. Yeah, where was the coal? I think there were a couple coal nodes I was picking between. Maybe I should set these numbers based on what I currently have. I currently have 150 copper ore. I think I was gonna... Yeah, I have a lot of quartz, so silica's not gonna be a limiter at all. I'm just gonna... I think I'm gonna limit it based on a single bauxite node. Which means I only need 3 hunnet coal. Yeah. Okay. Let's do another scan. So that means I can use pretty much any coal node. But I think all of the ones up here are pure. I'd rather not mess with any of my existing infrastructure. Okay, so this one's directly to the east. What's this one looking like? Gonna have to run kind of a crazy train track in through here. Or make a bridge over it all. We shall see. Oh, is this the only type of Nobelisk I have? I guess. It's stink bombed. What? Holy shit. How did he get there? This place is awful. I thought there were a couple more. Oh, it's the last of my ammo. That is the last of all of my ammo. The hell? Oh, I'm actually running dry on ammo. That's not so good. And for my birthday, Battlefield dropped the Battle Royale with no warning. I did see that. Are you excited about it? You gonna give it a go? Alright, so coal here. I do already have a pickup station right here that I could extend to. The fuck? An assassin. Assassino! Let's see how easy it would be to get this coal on that network. I think it should be pretty easy. I'll just have to have a pass-by track from this coal over here. Or run it through this cave. Try it at least once. Any interest from you? No, sorry, I can't say that there's any interest. I think my Battle Royale days are over. I don't think that I really enjoy Battle Royales like I used to. This one going directly into the train station is a bit of a problem. I did set this up when I thought that was as far as I was going to go. So maybe I make this an intersection and go under there. And around. Hey, Brett, missed a spot over there? Over where? 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 Where at? It's over here. Don't say that. You trigger me. Wonder if I could make this... Oh yeah, actually, I could move this train station so that it's facing this direction. And then the pass-by goes straight through. I just have to restructure this a little bit. And then the train station is actually part of the turnaround. Let's do that. That thing, it's right there. Ooh. Right where? We do a little trolling. We do a little trolling here. We do a little. Yes. How's it going, dude? How are you doing? See, I'm gonna have to disconnect this for a minute. Sorry. Necessary. I need a little bit more space. I might just need to make the turnaround a bit wider. That's okay. I can do that. I've got it. So yeah, just lift it over the track. I do like lifting belts over tracks. It's very, very cool. So what was this one called? This one was called Turbo Coal Load 300. So we'll just name that 2 for now. Very nice. Got my next month of Alive pills, so I will exist. Existing's pretty cool. That's good. I'm glad you're promised existence for another increment of time. That's pretty sick. Got some new toys coming. USB hub, headset, and a new Xbox controller. Hell yeah, I love new technology. That's very cool. What kind of headset you got coming? Oh. Was this supposed to be one down? I guess it was. Guess it was supposed to be one down and then I delete these. Sure. And let's extend this out so that it's even. You know, in the spirit of just a tiny little bit of decoration. Not too much. Just a healthy amount. I love new toys. Hoping to get a new PC this Black Friday season. Ooh, a brand spanking new PC. God, I would love to build another PC. It's been some time. I have no real reason to. I just want to. Yeah, let's get rid of those. Don't like those. Probably a bad idea, but it was $30 with good reviews. I've been tempted to play some Red Dead Redemption 2 roleplay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that sounds like fun. Never played Red Dead Redemption 2, but I played a lot of the first one, and while I didn't know it at the time, that was effectively what I was doing, was role-playing. This is a little weird. Except the roleplay always devolved into how to hold the fort on, like, the northwestern side of the map. Or wherever it was. Wasn't very good at roleplaying. But that's cool. I've seen some GTA RP that looks really fun. You can find, if you can find the right group of people to do it with. Looks like a good time. Alright, there's something at least. Depends on how long this government shutdown lasts. How long are we into it now? It's like 20 something days now, approaching 30. The last record was 30 something. Thanks, Don. But this presidency has also been much worse than the previous one, so I imagine that he's going to try and break his record. Imagine that, holding the top 2 spots for longest government shutdown. That'd be insane. Okay, there we go. Turnaround track, moved. Let's get the signals. Yeah, I guess I do actually need to signal this. Sorry, train. He's still waiting. He's being so patient. Alright, I'm gonna have to move this entire power setup. Because it is in the way of where I would like the train track to continue. I just want it to continue down that way. Yeah, hopefully not much longer. GTRP was a blast to watch. I guess I'll have a famous clip if you're interested. Sure, I'll take a look. Yes, it was. It was very fun to watch. I love watching RP. RP. It's very enjoyable. When you get people who are really into it, like, they're very good improvers, it's good. It's a really good time. Alright, full of coal, full of... I don't care. I don't care what it's full of. And then I will probably just need a single... I could just have a single split off for this one. Because there's never going to be a train coming from the other direction. Maybe like right there. So that this train can get to where it needs to go. That is a load station. We'll do timetable. Turbo... What? Who are you? Wait, stop. Stop! Fuck. Oh, I can see it. It's Turbo Coal Train 1. What a good boy, Train. He's very patient. He is. It's true. Turbo Coal unload. Turbo Coal load times 302. Yeah, add that. And it no longer needs to be number 2. Save. Save. Rename this station. It's back to the way it was. Awesome. And now I can have a pass by. It goes here. And get some... Yeah, probably do need some basic signaling. Food soon? Steak time? Hell yeah. See you in a bit. Is a nice spot for a metro? Kind of is, yeah. Kind of is. With it getting expanded for additional trains, I may come back and do like, because this is kind of a nice area with the stalactites hanging over top. It'd be cool to come and decor it just a little bit. All right, let's route this in. There should be enough coal feeding West Grand that I don't need to worry about hooking this thing up too fast. Let's just get little platform for the tracks to leave on. All right, I probably need some signals. Well, do I? I don't think so, actually. Oh no, I definitely do. I definitely do. We'll just make this entire thing a single path. Which means I want that to be a path as well. And then I want a block out. Probably right up here. But cannot be placed at the end of a track. Okay. I'm gonna get the coal hooked up before I do anything else, because I'm getting distracted already. I guess I could have just left the containers where they were. I didn't need to delete them. So let's just put them back. All right, how much are you producing? 300? Have a curved belt. All right, there's buffers. And then I'll just lift it and have it go over. Do a little frame pillar action. I guess these platforms are slightly different sized. I don't really need to extend that platform. I could just run the belt alongside it. That's okay. There we go. Very tight. Tight like a tiger. Is this clip in the belts? No. Good. And does it clip the train? I guess is another question. I think it might clip the brakes. But that's okay. I've got it clipping the brakes in a couple of spots. Mm-hmm. I kind of like having, like, highway exit signs. How did I do that? I think I had to invert the main and background color. So we need the text to be white. Background to be like a green. Does that kind of work? Ah, I need the emission strength to be lower. Or maybe just off. If I turn it off. That kind of gives the... Let me see. Dude, this remix is insane. I don't know what I'm listening to. I gotta switch this up. Yo, YouTube autoplay is something else. Go poop brown? I don't think I want to do that. Like that? It just looks black without the emission. Honestly, that's not the worst thing I've ever seen. With like the single emission strength. I don't even hate it. I think it would look better if I did it over here. Yeah, that is actually the play, I think. I gotta not be so judgy. Genuinely good idea. I don't know how it matches up when I start adding additional signs next to it. Also, this is going to be like an actual junction. Maybe I should make the path a little shorter. Because the path actually only needs to begin at the intersection. So that creates... Let's see, what kind of path does that create? It's a little bit shorter. So the path only encompasses the split, and then also the split on the way back, which is really important. Because I don't want the train coming back onto the network from the other side to cause a collision. Oh, this got disconnected from power. Yeah, that's right. And I wanted to have... What did I want to have? A little power substation. Which maybe I could just toss right here. Can you show me where the station's at? I really like this location. Yes. I got coordinates for you. It is minus 1430, 358. You want the coordinates. And there they are in the chat. It's on the western side of the Red Forest. And yeah, it's got the, got a normal coal node and then the pure one past it. It is a good little spot, isn't it? Yeah, how do I want to run the power? I think I might just do regular power lines. Because I don't really know what else to do. I think if I do them as Mark IIIs, they will be tall enough to go over the train. Hope so. Oh yeah, that's plenty tall to go over the train. And let's get the little substation. Oh yeah, this is actually perfect. The inputs for this are perfectly aligned. So let's just make this one, the one that feeds into the building. And then this one can connect directly to the miner. That's beautiful. Since that's the only thing here getting powered. So this is turbo coal load times 300. And we want that right here. Turn it on. Okay, nice. Coal's coming again. And those batteries will fill. And I have a pass-by that should work for another train on the network. Yeah. Awesome. Let's get some track blueprints going. I think the more that I learn about trains, the more I am prone to not wanting to use the ones that I made. The track blueprints that I made, because I'm like, wow, these are stupid. Not the tracks themselves, but the signaling. Because I built a bunch of them and just threw signals on them because I didn't know how signals worked. But now that I know a little bit better, I'm realizing that that's not such a good idea to just have signals on everything. You should probably only have signals where you actually need them. Okay, what is my route to the coal? It's pretty clear up here. Any multi-legged dangers lurking around? I don't think so. This is kind of a cool area up here. I like the red forest. Until it tries to kill me. It's still cool. Back with steak? Hell yeah. How do you eat your steak? Are you a want it still kicking kind of guy? Or are you not a barbarian? Where is the coal? There it is. Oh yeah, I'll need room for a station, so I'll probably just move it down the hill and put the station down here. That happens. Even now I feel like remaking every track. Yeah. Yeah. It do be like that. Auto connect is also making me want to redo some stuff. I do really love auto connect. Like, it's so good. It's possibly the best thing that they've added to the game in a long time. Very little pink, good man. I can do a little bit of pink. But I usually order medium well for a margin of error, because then, like, there's no way that they're gonna burn the shit out of it. Hello? But also, I feel like it's very unlikely that even if it is slightly undercooked, that it will disgust me. Like, I'll still be okay with it. I'll still be okay if it comes out, medium. And I know we use the same steak seasoning. I stopped using auto connects. It just connects wonkily. Sounds like a poor craftsman blaming his tools to me. What do you mean? Sometimes it does. Sometimes it's a little weird. I guess it has many applications, so one of those might be more problematic. What are you not using it for? I find that it works very well for tracks. Maybe I could just do a station platform. Like, lift that down, just have the thing there. I could even do another turnaround to come back through here. Oh, this area is so cool with all of the tracks, like, you just weave tracks in and out of the terrain. You seen my builds? When I'm placing the second row, it always connects to the output of the first row, not to the output right before it. Oh, it tries to make connections where you don't want them? Yeah. It can be a little picky. Yeah, I guess I wouldn't run into that issue with just using normal tracks. Yeah, let me make a little platform here. I feel like I should just do the same thing that I did for my other station. It's so hard to find space for, like, a big station. I can maybe do it right here. I think this looks like a decent bit of flat land that I could build on top of. Flat-ish. Tried so many things to stop it, but it never stopped, and I always had to go back and dismantle and connect it again. I gotcha. I haven't tried to string many machine blueprints along. I think the only thing I've used it for is train tracks, belts, and hypertubes. And it seems to work very well for those, but yeah, I guess if you have many clustered together, you could see it being a problem. The thing that I love it for is being able to take two tracks and connect them up, and then like find a nice middle ground. So for that specific use, it's very good. All right, let's see how much space I really actually have here. I would like to make this a bigger coal station. It's nice I never use them on tracks. Good to know. Yeah, it's very, very helpful for that specifically. There's a dog. Hold on. Where'd he go? Dog. Dog. Come here, dog. Dog. Yes, tasty. No, don't be scared. Eat. Eat. Yes, eat. Samantha, come with me. Another one. Another one for my collection. I want to be able to hover a lot higher so I can actually see what's going on here. I could also extend it over that way. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. I could also make this track higher up. Kind of meet that. They packed the fries in with the steak, so they soaked up a bunch of steak juice and extra seasoning. Oh my god, that sounds so good. Where did you get it from? Where did you get this? What are you hiding? Let's just deforest a little bit. Because yeah, if I raise the elevation on that, I could make a much larger platform and stretch it over here too. Let's do that. That way I can have the train platform be as large as I need it to be. Outback Steakhouse. Alright. I don't think I've ever had Outback. I always end up going to, fuck, I can't think of the name of it. The place with the good rolls with the cinnamon butter. Why can't I think of it? Whatever. If you know, you know. Texas Roadhouse. Alright, let me build this into the wall here. Looks like it is about to be ad time. I'm gonna snooze it. We'll hit it with a snooze. Creature's in the way. Get out of here. Get out of here. I really dislike paving over the entire world, but I feel like here it kind of has to happen. I don't know if I'm going to be able to match the elevation. it might be kind of difficult. But that's definitely enough room. Would it be better to go on the other side and do the train station over here? Maybe. Yeah, maybe instead of trying to place it close, I just belt it. I belt it a ways to the flattest area that I can find. Let's just take a look at what's around here. I don't think that has actually helped me to know what's around here. Not really sure how to integrate into the terrain. I could do it up here and then like loop it back around and down. I prefer Texas Roadhouse, but they aren't in delivery range. That's so sad. I am fortunate enough to have one in delivery range. Sometimes we just go and get a bunch of rolls. Last time they forgot our butter, though. They were just eating still very delicious rolls, but, you know, no butter. Why live? Alright, let me try clearing out this area up top and see if I like it any better. Boom! Bitrate destroyed. That area over there almost looks kind of nice. Oh, okay. I know where I am. That's the top of Iron Canyon. Alright, let's try this elevation. So there's enough space to put some stations down here. And I could lift the coal directly up into the stations. A good chunk of it will just be floating, though. There's another dock. Right next to the airport and BMW plant, so it's mostly fast food in range. Yeah. Come, dog. Yes. Yes. Come here. I guess I have to consider where I'm setting up the aluminum plant will have to have room for 3 different resource stations. So it's going to have to be a very flat, large area. Dude. Do you want it or not? Oh, he's not real. I think this is the one I just tamed. I'm struggling to figure this out. If I ran an offshoot track there, it'd be a decent room for a station. Right there. I don't want to cover the water features, though. I really like them. It looks like the ad is actually starting soon, and I have missed the snooze window. So, that's just gonna happen. I don't think I'm gonna go anywhere. I think I'm just gonna be pondering my orb. But, just fair warning, Ad is about to start. Like, right now. Back from the adventure. Crazy, it's been maybe 10 years since I watched GTRP. It's crazy that it's been going on for that long. Hey, Lodador. What's going on, gamer? How you doing, dude? 10 years since you watched GTA RP? Yeah, that's quite a while. That's quite a long time. What is that flat area up there? How does anybody do train stations in the Red Forest? Do they literally just build floating platforms? I bet. I don't know how you make aesthetically pleasing, like, not, I don't even want to go all out. You know, I don't even want to use 100% of my power. I just want it to look okay. You know. Maybe I could utilize this area down here. It's kind of flat. I'm fine. At least you're fine. Watched a bit of Ark before that. Ark. There's a name I have not heard in many years as well. Closest thing to GTA RP I've ever watched was the Jerma and Stir in GTA 4. Dude, those videos are timeless classics. They truly are. Actually is a lot of flat space down here. Maybe I'll do it down here. I haven't watched much GTA RP either. But what I have watched, I've enjoyed. The only RP group I usually watch is Kryken and Gang. And just whatever they do. Yeah, I like this area. What else is near here? Is there... I see there's some SAM. I'm just gonna carpet bomb this whole area and clear out all the foliage. Give me one sec. I want to actually know what kind of space I'm working with. I say role-playing, but it's really just a contest to make others break character by being funny. Yeah. I guess that is something you can do. Don't want to get into it, but it's always health problems in the family. I'm sorry to hear that, man. I know you told me about that before, and that kind of stuff doesn't just go away. I'm sorry you're dealing with that, and whoever in your family is dealing with that. That sucks. But I hope that you can find some solace in something and some distraction from that. Like, check this shit out. God, I love this. Okay, I do have a lot of room to work with here. I think this will be a great place for a big ol' station. I'm just gonna do as many foundations as I can. And just figure out what kind of space I have to work with. Small streak. 3-stream streak. Oh yeah, they did start doing that, didn't they? Yeah, I guess if you watch a streak of streams, you get like extra points. Yeah, man, I don't always know what to say, but I I feel for you. Means a lot? Yeah. Of course. I can't do anything for you, but I hope that just by being here, give you a little bit of distraction. Sometimes that's what I need, is just to forget for a little while. I have to toss a fat free Shavakadu into the chat, just like that. See, you were blessing the land with freedom and democracy. Yeah, there's just too many trees, too much nature, and definitely too many indigenous life forms in the way. Far too many for my liking. Let's see if this foundation elevation is actually good for the entirety of this cave. Oh, what is that? Is that bauxite? Hold up. It's normal bauxite. Also, what is this big fucking hole? Oh, I know this big fucking hole. Okay. Damn, it's a shame that's not pure bauxite, because I could do my aluminum setup right here. I guess I still could, but it wouldn't be as large. But that is perfect, though, because I can also add another station to connect this bauxite to the grid. Extra points means extra free Shavakadu. Free Shavakadu to your heart's content, my friend. I think this is a good elevation. That I won't need to change elevation for, like, this entire platform. Captain Planet who? No, Captain Planet's on my side, don't you know? Captain Planet actually only gives a shit about Earth. He's only called Captain Planet for marketing reasons. You think Captain Planet gives a shit about Mars? I don't think so. I don't know if I want to use that area. So there's SAM, bauxite, and then some coal. I'd like to get some power just stretched over here real quick and put a radar tower down and see what else is close by. It's a good thing I have this. Maybe I'll get some permanent power infrastructure to attach to this. Hold up. Wait a minute. Some ain't right. Any plans for the PoE weekend? I'm gonna go hard. I'm so excited. I was saying at the beginning of the stream, I just feel like I want to play PoE and do nothing else. But it's not out yet, so I can't. You motherfucker. Whoa. Oh, shit. We collided. That's crazy. I didn't know you could shoot their projectiles out of the air. Yes, plans for PoE weekend are that I'm going to... I should be available right at League launch to start. And then I'm just gonna... I normally wouldn't stream on the weekend. I would normally get some work done, but I'm just gonna try and get as much work done ahead of the weekend as I can, and then I'm gonna stream the whole weekend. I've already got my League starter planned. I've already got my second build planned. I might already have my third build in planning. Might go Dervish into Spectres. I'm gonna go Poison Exsanguinate Pathfinder into Mamba. Because Poison Exsanguinate Pathfinder was the cleanest, smoothest League starter I had ever had in my life. Oh, there's a lot of flat space up there. Do I take the easy path and build up on the flat space, or do I take the hard path and build a cool metro station down in the caves? the answer that there was never a question. Trick question. If you thought that was a real question, you can see yourself out. I'm doing it in the caves. Speaking of captains, I saw a video about how Captain Crunch has a mysterious backstory. What the fuck? Yeah, does he? What's up with Captain Crunch? Damn, I had no idea. You're excited too? I want to play. It looks so good. The new Breach looks so good. All of the quality of life looks amazing. I never got to play with the new trade in PoE 2. I think last League Mercenaries were kind of boring. And now I'm actually excited for the League mechanic, which is big. It's huge. Also, I said I was gonna put a power tower down, didn't I? And then or a radar tower. And then I didn't. Because I got hit in the head by a rock. And it inflicted real-life confusion on me. Where is the scanner tower? Organization? Yeah. I want to put one up here. That he doesn't have the stripes to be a captain. You think he was never a real captain? You think he's undeserving of the title? Who did he kill to get that outfit? I bet he committed some heinous crimes to get his hands on it. Let's just build a tiny little platform up here. I just want a central foundation. All I want. Just one. Kind of as in the middle as I can get it. Mamba is strong. Yeah, Mamba was awesome. I did play it once before. Whenever it became a thing. And I really enjoyed it. I'm trying to think of how to use the new bloodlines too. Which is kind of tearing me in multiple directions. Because I really wanna... There's an item. I don't know if you're aware of the item. It's the Beacons of Madness boots. The Delirium boots that make you insane. And inflict debuffs on you every few seconds. They got buffed like fucking crazy. Like, prior, you had to invest in less duration of debuffs on you to even be able to use them at all. Now you don't have to do it as much, and it might actually be viable with the Delirium bloodline. That gives you extra effects for being under that debuff, or for having that effect on you. Hogs and Satisfactory remind me of Roas. The way they fucking charge at you, yeah. Mercs were not boring, take that back. I said what I said. Sorry. Truth hurts. I know Mercs enabled like a bunch of really cool builds, but I just... It wasn't just this, but I feel like in every other league, I was really excited to like, oh, go on, like see what everybody else is cooking. Like what are the builds that people are doing? Every single time I opened up Reddit and went to the Path of Exile builds subreddit and was like looking at what people were doing, it was literally just, look at this merc I found. Look at this merc I found. Is this a good merc? Look at this merc I found. And I'm like, this is not fun. I'm sure they were definitely powerful, but god, they were so boring. Because what were people doing with them? They were just putting all of their uniques that would normally have downsides on the mercs. That's fun for that's fun for 5 seconds. And then it's no longer fun. He crunched someone. Dude can't be stopped, he even does the random radio tower on a fancy foundation. You bet I do. You bet I do. I don't know how I'm gonna get power up here, though. I could run it down this pillar over here to the train station and just branch it off of this. I'm aware of it. I'm aware of everything in PoE. Okay, sorry. What the fuck? I'm gonna die. Yeah, so I want to do something with those. I want to use the variant that gives you effectively Profane Bloom, and then pick up Profane Bloom as well, and get 90% explode on an occultist. Because that sounds like fun. And then if you have a build that can reasonably use a single obliteration, then you have 110% explode. And I think that sounds really cool. And if you power charge stack as well, and find a way to fit power charges in, then you get a bunch of AoE, and then your Profane Bloom is Profane Boomin'. You know? A bit dark SCP, but he would board vessels and make his enemies eat their own teeth. Where? Okay. This is a YouTube tangent. This is like you went through your recommendations for too long, and you ended up on the dark part of YouTube. I get it. I get it. Alright, let's just have one in the corner, like right here somewhere. Or I could just run it from below. Yeah, I'm not gonna get super caught up on all of this. Even rails. Shut up. Don't talk to me. Oh, yeah, that's clipping. Alright, I'm gonna run this down before I run anything else anywhere. I think we do a little clipping. Not the way I'd like it to look, but that's okay. Serves its purpose. Is it actually powered though? Did I fully connect it? Or am I missing something? The Bloomin' Onion build. Yeah, I thought that could be really fun. That's kind of the only thing I'm cooking with the Bloodlines, though. Is the Beacons of Madness shoes with the Delirium Bloodline. I was also trying to figure out how to make the take 40% less damage from hits, but then, you know, like, effectively recoup. I feel like that would be really good on that same Occultist build. It is powered. Maybe I just have my map settings wrong. Oh no, it's enabled. I don't see the circle. There we go. So yeah, now I should be able to see a good chunk of the resources in the red forest. There's pure bauxite there, there's normal bauxite there, there's pure bauxite right there. Yeah, I think I probably will do all my trains down here. That sounds good. I'll just try and find as much space as I can for them. Disgusting behavior, that's why I'm here. I aim to both frustrate and also please. Hello? Is that not a blueprint? No. Okay. Okay, so that's as far as I'll go with this one. So is trading going to be the same as PoE 2? As far as I know, yeah, you'll be able to convert your tabs into, convert your premium tabs into, like, trade tabs. And use the asynchronous trading feature that PoE 2 has had. Since I don't think it's been that long. I think it was just Dawn of the Hunt that it had it. But then you can still do your normal trading. The way that it has been, if you want. Oh yes, I love the cave. Wait, is this too high for a station? I mean, I guess I could clip the train station into the roof if I really wanted to. It's not the end of the world. Hmm. It is kind of limiting, though. I'll do private guild self-found as always, so it does not affect me. I'm gonna play normal softcore trade. And probably allow it to ruin my progression. Is what I'm thinking. I want to use this area over here, too. I think this area would be a really good roundabout. So that, yeah, okay. I should probably have a couple of roundabouts in here. So that each of the tracks feed into at multiple points. So they can always turn around. No matter where they are. Okay, let's build a roundabout here, because this will be before any of the stations. As this area is a bit of a different elevation. Ow. I'm interested in using, especially when I don't have to be online. Yeah, it's going to be great. It's going to be amazing. You'll have to pay a bit more of a premium for using it, but I think it will be well worth it. And let's do a little elevation increase here. It's very stinky here, though. I wonder if I can make a hazmat suit. No. I think I might actually unlock that soon, though. So it would be really nice to be able to have that for just, like, moving around. I think... Do I have a place to put that? Yeah, I do. I have a free body slot. I'm just gonna have to deal with it for now. I guess. Ow. 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 God, it hurts. Alright, I might have to go and do it from the top. How do I want to do this? Might just use the curve builder mod for this. Because I'd like for it to be a perfect circle around this pillar. It's kind of maybe a little hard. Also, if it can be aligned to the grid, that would be nice. Actually, yeah, maybe aligning it to the grid will let me do this easier. Roundabouts are evil, though? No. Roundabouts are sick. That's close enough to being centered. Which means I can just do curve and nudge it into the pillar, and then that is centered. And then I can have the roundabout feed out a number of places. Is it the same height as that track? I think it is. God, it fucking hurts just being here. I don't think I can do anything about it either. Wait, what? Why are you not complete? I don't understand why it just didn't finish. Maybe there was a bird in the way or something. Fuck. PoE pay to win? PoE has always been a little pay to win. By some definitions. Oh no, identical buildable already built there. That's not good. Hmm. Damn it. Shit, when was my last autosave? Oh, I turned my autosaves off when I was doing recording. So I haven't had one in, like, a day. Okay. Oops. Well, I guess I'll have to figure it out. What do I do, Lord? I wonder if it will still let me build it. No, it won't. I could do it like this. I can still see that one in the middle, too. And then I'll just build down from the ring that it gave me. What is that? Terrible Facebook memes? Dude, that is a terrible Facebook meme. That is a terrible Facebook meme. That is literally like, I'm a boomer and I don't understand new things and they scare me, and roundabouts suck. I think roundabouts are great. I think not only are they visually very cool, but they're actually easier to navigate than regular intersections. That is the definition of a terrible Facebook meme. You can just shut the whole subreddit down. It's peaked. But I mean, I get it. Some people just suck at driving. Some people don't understand that the big red stop sign that says stop on it and is like bright red means to stop. So I could see how a circle would be very intimidating to those people. Okay, I got my full circle. As a American, I think I've only seen one in my life. There are a couple of them around me. There are a couple of them around me that I could drive on regularly if I just took a slightly different path throughout my day. I think they're sensationalized. I don't think they're that bad. Alright, so I have power here. Maybe I can hover over this shit. I don't know, do I want to do a double wide roundabout? I'm trying to remember how I did the last roundabout that I put together. I think double wide is nice. I could make this the main roundabout for the area as well. In that case, I would definitely want it to be double wide, because they have higher throughput when they're double wide. Because I can set up multiple pass-bys. No, go around this way. What? Hopefully this isn't too close to itself. Alright, let's get this connected up to the power grid. So at least I can hover along it. Is that the right elevation? It might be slightly different. I'm gonna die to this fucking radiation, man. I could move this so it's slightly higher. Should probably heal myself. Might need to make more of these. I'm actually almost out. Okay, nice. That should be the right spot now. And still not too high. I really like these trees. I don't want to delete those trees. Wonder if I can lower the whole thing down. If I lower the whole thing down, do you think the passengers are going to get irradiated too much? Can I actually? I can't build here because there's stupid uranium ore in the way, and if I mine this, I will instantly die. I might just have to bite. I might have to bite the bullet and eat a few deaths just to get rid of some of this. That's okay. I'll just leave it for now. And once I have the ability to remove the uranium, I will come back and do it. Okay, how do you set up the bypass for a track like this? Because you need to have... You need to have this connecting to both tracks. Or... shit. I never remember how to do this. I think you want one of the tracks to be one direction and the other track to be the other direction. So the outside track is always going this way, which makes it a turnaround for this piece. But then you also connect it up like this, if it will allow me to. I wanna clean these tracks up, but for now, let's just get it connected and signaled. No, that's never a necessary connection. That one doesn't make sense. I can hover outside of the range, so I'm not just dying. Okay, yeah, no, this actually... Yeah, that is a necessary connection. It is. I just need it to be, like, right here. The one spot where I would like the connection to be is, hard to build on. Yeah, so that's not for this one to come this way. It's for this one to be able to make either turn that it wants to make. And that lets this one turn around as well. So it's basically just doubling up on the ability to turn around either direction. And I believe that only really matters once the station, or once the intersection gets, like, really saturated. So I think I need path in, block out, and then I can just leave the entire thing as a single path and do a path in, block out on all of them. And this gives them multiple paths that they can choose between. I think that's correct. Hey, Slice Mister. Want me to have some water? I'll do you one better. I got a bit of tea left. How's it going, brother? It is cold, but it's actually still pretty good cold. I wonder if I can do this roundabout even tighter so that I don't cover the water. I would like to see about that. I know you can make roundabouts very small and still have them be functional. And I think actually a smaller roundabout is better for the purposes of, like, setting up pathing. Because the train will leave the roundabout faster rather than staying on a path. It's good, and I see train stuff. Yes, I'm setting up a large scale kind of train area for aluminum bits and pieces exporting or importing. I don't know. I still don't know where I'm going to do my aluminum setup, but that's what I'm trying to figure out today. So who knows? I might even figure it out. No promises, though. I think that's going to be a little bit too close to the wall.
A cockroach. Strange.
Okay, maybe I won't move it. Maybe I'll just try and leave the underneath area a little bit more open. Like, I don't think I want to really do anything more for support than just have some big pillars down here. God, I need to go back and make some inhalers, because I think that, yeah, that was my last one. Unfortunately, I do not have hazmat technology yet. So I'm just kind of at the mercy of the uranium nodes here. I think I might just leave this, the default fix it orange. I don't know if I want to make it orange or if I'd like to make it red and like use the color of the forest. Because I've done that before and that's been a pretty good success. Just do a little bit of decorating. Just a little bit. I think this should be a mostly freestanding structure, so it doesn't matter if it's not on the grid. Let me try, actually. I'm going to try and grab the color from one of these trees. But I don't remember... Oh, there we go. Okay, that's my color picker. There you go. Now you can actually see it. I want... What color do I want? That one. I don't have any free color swatches, though, is the problem. Because I think I'm using all of these for something. These ones are duplicates, but I also don't know which one of them I'm using. I really set up my paint swatches in such a stupid way. Kind of want it to be more pinkish. Can't wait for Satisfactory Plus own Fixmas. Are they doing like a custom Fixmas event? Let me try grabbing a different color. That looks like a nice color. Ooh, that is an interesting one. Could have a very pink train area. I don't know about that, though. I think I might want it to kind of stand out among the trees, because there's already so much red here. I think the reason that this design principle worked in the desert is because there's actually not that much of the blue color that I chose, because it's mostly sand. And then there's smatterings of tree color. But I don't think it's actually working here, because there's already so much red. I'm just going to leave it default. You can save colors, like outside of the swatches. Is there a different way to save them? Okay, so there's one way into the roundabout. And then the other way, I want it to come out here so that it can access all of these platforms. Hey, buddy. He's a little stuck. Someone who's a mod maker is making the Fixmas that goes good with Satisfactory Plus, because it has different stuff in the base game. Yeah, that's cool. That's crazy, though, that Satisfactory Plus is getting a mod for a mod, you know? Wonder if I have enough room to come in here. I guess I do. If I cleared out these stalactites... I don't want to get rid of too many of them because I actually like the way that they look, but I will get rid of enough of them that I can make the train come in. And then we'll just have a slight decline. Yeah, I'm excited for Fixmas as well. Fixmas is always fun. I wonder if they're going to do anything new. I think the previous Fixmas, they didn't really do anything new. Like, add any new stuff to it. It was just kind of the same as before, but it's fun getting into the festive spirit. And just, like, tossing some candy canes up around the factory. If nothing else. How has your Satisfactory Plus been going? Slice. Ooh, yeah, I think this kind of slaps, actually. I like building here. It's very cool. I'm trying not to get super carried away with building decoratively. And just, like, building functionally for a while. But I can feel that I want to decorate. It's not something I can just so easily stop doing. Maybe the track would be easier to bring in over there, because this is kind of a shallow angle to make an intersection and a turn and an elevation change. So if I did it off over this direction, aimed for right there. Let me do, I think I have a little train route marker that might make this easier. Just so I can get an idea of, like, where I'm going. So we go this way. We connect up right here. Oh yeah, you know what? Maybe this can be the main pass-by. And that solves the problem of this not really having room for stations, because the ceiling is too low. So I can have this be the main pass-by, and I can put the stations all in the more open areas. And then how do I get this to connect back to the main train network is also a question. I mean, if I was really dedicated, I could make a train spiral that goes down this hole, but also that intersection is kind of already congested down there, and my power plant relies on it, so maybe not. Oh, Jesus Christ. Coffee Stained Studios devs with the raid. Holy.
Strange.
Thank you. I thought I was getting botted. Thank you. Welcome in, everybody. Aluminum, oof. Aluminum, oof.
Strange.
Aluminum, oof. Good God. Hey, everybody, what's going on? Aluminum, oof. Hello. Hello, Anoho Liker.
You are not a cockroach.
Thanks for the follows,
Strange.
everybody. Welcome in. Aluminum, oof. Good luck. Did you get put up
You
to
are not
this?
a
To the aluminum
cockroach.
oofing?
Strange.
Aluminium. Heyo, how goes, bud? Hey, Bacon Bits. What's going on,
You are
dude?
not a cockroach.
It goes.
Strange.
Aluminum is a process. Yes, welcome in, everybody. I am currently working on setting up my very first aluminum
You are
loop.
not a cockroach.
I've never done it
Strange.
before, and I'm just gathering materials today. But yeah,
You are
welcome
not a
in.
cockroach.
You just got 400 bags
Strange.
each by first delivered to your doorstep. Oh my God. Well, yeah. Aluminum oof, you're further
You are
than
not a
me.
cockroach.
Yeah, but I'm also 1,300
Strange.
hours into this save, so I think it's we're about even. We can call it about even. We swear it happened organically. With how many people saying aluminum oof, good luck? I don't believe you. But aluminum oof, good luck. Yeah, welcome in. Holy shit. There's a lot of people here. And thank you so much for the follows, everybody.
You are not a cockroach.
I appreciate it. I'm going to try my best to keep up with alerts. I can't actually hear them. Cute cat, I'm following for Biscuit. He's screaming
You are not
outside
a
my room right
cockroach.
now.
Strange.
Jesus fucking Christ, my condolences. It's okay. It's not all bad.
You are not a cockroach.
For anyone who doesn't know who
Strange.
I am, I like to play Satisfactory, but I also like to build way too
You
big,
are not a cockroach.
and way too large, and way too pretty.
Strange.
And so this is why it has taken me 1,300 hours to get to aluminum. So let me take a break from doing that and just, you know, give myself a little bit of something to do while I'm going to be completely honest, I'm a little bit nervous. So I'm just going to go walk around my world for a little bit and y'all can see what I have done in those 1,300 hours. Fair play deciding to build in Spider Central. I was looking for a good place for a train station, and that area looked like a really nice one. We learn better by watching you stumble. Well, good, because there will be stumbling.
You are not a cockroach.
Yo, T-Man, what's going on, dude?
Strange.
Hope you had a good stream this morning. Yeah, so this is my most recent project, and it is literally just making me a bunch of iron. That's all it does. It literally just makes, there's like 25 machines in here, guys. But I built big. It's gorgeous. Thank you. Looks great. That looks awesome. Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll go on a little bit of a ground tour as well, because I'm very happy with the way this building is turning out, and I will take the opportunity to show it off. So, got some copper coming in on the side there, iron coming in on the side there, iron there, and I knew I wanted to do like a big biodome kind of thing with this area. So, I'm taking it all in here, routing it through, along with some water that comes in from my water tower that's way over-engineered. And funny thing about the water tower, I started building it, and I got it like most of the way done, and then I realized that I could have just taken water from right under there at the bottom of the waterfall. But I already built it, so it's here. Damn, that looks very nice. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. Anyone else think Halo map? I'll take that vibe. So we got the iron coming in here along the big main bus. I'd always heard the term main bus, and I'm not really a Factorio player, so I didn't understand why. I know it doesn't really work well in Satisfactory, but I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I want to try and just put a bunch of stuff next to each other, and I'm really happy with how it's turned out. Stream went well. I'm getting ready to automate superposition oscillators. Hell yeah, dude. I'm glad to hear it. Modded? I do use mods. The mods that I use are quality of life. I don't have any mods that add any pieces. So I have, like, oh, I guess this got disconnected at some point. So I have stuff like, infinite nudge, infinite zoop. Just stuff to make placement of vanilla objects easier. Perfect amount of engineering. Can you show this building inside? That's where we're headed right now.
You are not a cockroach.
So we got the iron and the copper flowing into the
Strange.
bottom of the logistics. I love the curve belt mode. It's absolutely amazing. This side's a little unfinished, but it feeds into the back of the refineries. But that's not really the interesting part. I would say this is probably the interesting bit. So this is kind of the most curated area of the building right now, where you have front-facing refineries. These are all big old blueprints that I concocted to have the iron kind of flowing up between the banks of refineries. Wish I had the patience for that much design work. I am 95% pure function. Hornet, it's not for everybody, and it's hard, and it takes a lot of time. So, I don't blame you. So yeah, big pure iron refinery banks, easy access to the logistics floor. Kind of similar setup for some concrete. Because the end goal of this building is to send all of this iron and concrete up to a steel works up on that plateau up there, behind the building. So that it can be turned into steel. And I wanted to use the molded steel beam recipe. This is one of my favorite areas in the build, I think. Is just a big bus of iron ingots and a nice wall of foundries running the iron alloy ingot recipe. Wish I could build that good. Thank you, Willem. Jeezy has some amazing build skills. Very pleasing to the eye. Thank you. Y'all are so nice. Call those mods sprinkles. They can be added to the ice cream sundae of the game without drastically changing it in the way syrups do. Yes, they're vanilla adjacent. So yeah, mod sprinkles is a good way to think about it. And another thing I wanted to do with this building was just make sure that I worked with the water features that were around it. So I've got some little waterfalls in the back that I've been experimenting with, like some backlighting and some little grates to keep it flowing down below. Down below, I really wanted to work with trucks in this build because it had been some time since I'd really done anything with trucks. And so I've got a nice little lifted garage down here where I'm going to have some trucks moving. They're currently unfueled, so they won't move. And give them some fuel to just get them moving. Or maybe I can't, because I don't think it will let me interact with the truck right now. Here we go. Go on, buddy. It looks like a freeway? Yeah, I wanted to go for that a little bit. So, that's bringing in limestone from over there. Bringing it past this little rounded road here. I wasn't sure what to put on the back wall, so for now it's just kind of like fairy light central with these little blueprints that I made. But I think the waterfall and the water features are...
I love builds that work with the environment. This looks so nice.
Thank you, Crikey87. Thank you for the 400 bits. Love builds that work with the environment. This looks so nice. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you for the bits and for the kind words. But yeah, that was kind of the main goal, was to make this build work with the environment. I've sacrificed a little bit of that in the name of not losing my goddamn mind. Because for anybody who's tried to build with contours, it's kind of hard. I think over here is still pretty unfinished, yeah. Don't look too closely at that. But yeah. Have you had any issues with trucks falling under the map? I have not. Not yet. I've had some issues with just them in general, but no falling under the map. What mods do you use? I use these mods. This is all of the mods that I use. Probably the most, like, cheaty kind of mod is the weapons auto reload thing, which makes all of your weapons have 100 magazine size, and you don't have to do an animation for reloading them. Which I mostly use for pulse nobelisking my way around the map, because that's my preferred method of travel, so I can just do this. And we can get a really good view from up here. And this is my half-finished steel plant, which will probably remain half-finished for a really long time. Where are you on the map? Can you show the map? Yeah. Let me just make sure I'm not going to fall to my death here, and I shall. I am up in the northwest. So, exact coordinates for this building are -1245, -370. Yeah, so I've got all my stuff sunk just so I can figure out flow rate issues. And don't look at this. It's fucked up here. I started building this before I knew what I wanted to do down below. It's pretty good. I like the ideas, but they need to be refined and completed. It's breathtaking. Thank you, Shiro. How did you make the dome glass? The dome glass I made with the Infinite Nudge mod. The Infinite Nudge mod makes it really easy to do things like domes. Because it lets you rotate along multiple axes that you normally can't rotate along. So I think to do that, I did one of these. The Infinite Nudge mod lets you do stuff like this. And then if you connect them in the middle, you get a nice cool archway.
You are not a cockroach.
I would highly recommend it if you're looking to add just a little bit of spice to your building without compromising the vanilla game, because it doesn't add anything else, so your world will still be perfectly playable without it. But it just lets you play stuff in a lot more interesting ways. Yes, the idea with this building was I wanted the train running through the center of the building and then big old roundabout in the middle. These foundries along the side are producing steel, which will go up this spiral in the middle and make its way to the top. Some of it is already flowing very slowly because once I tore down my old steel plant, I ran out of encased industrial beams. Like a fool. I thought that I would be able to get it done in time. I couldn't. So now there's a temporary setup up here just making those. So very unfinished. A lot of concepts that I have to expand upon. Thank you very much. Yeah, for sure. Infinite Nudge, definitely the first mod I downloaded after I complete Project Assembly. Yeah, for sure. Those are belts. Yeah, the ones in the middle are belts. Many stacked belts, which are going to be carrying a lot of steel ingots. Should be about 5,000 to 6,000 steel ingots. I don't remember the plan that I ended up going for. I have my arms plant in the distance, which is currently not being supplied as it needs to be, because it was being supplied from the steel plant, which is defunct at the moment. How many hours? This save has almost 1,200 hours in just this save. I said 1,300 earlier. I think that's my overall game time on Steam. This save is 1,190 hours. Probably like 10% of that is idle or recording. But a good chunk of it is actually me just building. Yeah, this is the weapons plant. Makes me everything from nobelisks to rebar to ammo.
You are
And
not
I
a
have little display
cockroach.
belts up front
Strange.
that do flow, but I don't have sinks up top. I actually am surprised I didn't do at the time to keep things flowing. But, yeah. Needs to be supplied. Always end up turning this area into a coal power plant. Nice to see another use for it. Yeah, I ended up doing my coal power plant down below. That was actually one of my first, like, proper builds. I think I ran myself out of biofuel. I've seen a lot of really cool builds up here, using, like, the circular space of the crater lake. I still would like to do that if I end up having the room, but this building took up way more space than I thought it would. Turns out when you try and cram trains and stuff, it makes everything, like, 50% larger. This is my valley. This is my train spaghetti valley. This is my hub over here. And go show off the hub. Because I'm very happy with my hub. This is my main atrium. And kind of my trophy room. I think every trophy at this point except for the golden nut, and I'm just sinking. So hub, hole in the roof, trophy case, dog house. Oh, I have a dog to drop off, actually. Let me do that. There you go. That's another mod that is very good, is put doggos in your pockets. I'll take those sheets. Yeah, this place produces all of my basic iron stuff. I redid this. Here, let me do this so the lights... Sometimes the lights just fail to turn on if I move too quickly through the map. So the lighting is weird here. There we go. Changing the time of day sometimes does it. This is my big iron hallway. It produces all my basic iron stuff. Pretty rudimentary as far as, like, stuff that I've made recently goes. Copper on the other side. Golden nut took forever to get? Yeah, I bet. I bet. That is something that I'm just letting tick up. I'm not rushing it. But yeah, and this is my coal power plant down here. Just gone over a few iterations. But I am still very happy with it. It's kind of measly in terms of power generation at this point, but I can't tear it down. I can't do it. It's too dear to my heart. And once again, I think the lights might just not be working super well. They're working on this side, though. So I've had this design for a very long time. It's slightly flawed, but I love the way it looks. And this place is kind of more like a museum at this point than an actual power plant. Can I see your mods one more time? Yeah. Here is the list of mods, if you want to take a look or clip it or whatever. If there's a specific mod that you see or like something you're like, that's illegal, and you want to know what I'm doing, you can just ask. I appreciate what you're doing. Thanks. I appreciate you appreciating me. I just love doing it. And right across the street from the power plant is the computer factory. Let me get in it. This is where many items, pretty much all of my computer-related items are produced. Let's turn it to night, because this place looks a lot cooler at night.
Strange.
Gonna give him a try? Yeah, go for it. I think this game is amazing, but this game with mods is, like, magnifique, you know? This is Circuit City. I spent a long time, long time getting this building just the way I wanted it. So we've got refining for copper ingots and copper sheets over here. Yeah, no problem, 12BM. Cable and wire production. Quick wire production. And we can go up to the main hall. Oh, that was the wrong one. Lurk working like your builds look sharp. Thank you, Wolf Brother. I appreciate it. Hope work goes well. Oh yeah, so main hall. Coming up from refining, main hall. This area, incredible, if I do say so myself. If I can have a moment to tout my own, toot my own horn just a little. This is one of my favorite places that I've ever made. And, little display belts for exports. Stuff that's going to my weapons plant goes here. Big old train stations. They've got integrated into the building. And kind of the crown jewel of this building is this. Which is every item that's made in this building that I intended to have put into a dimensional depot so that I could have it for personal use flows right through here. Do you use Satisfactory Mod Manager for your mods? I do. I do. It makes modding super easy. It is one of the most friendly, user-friendly interfaces that I've ever used for modding anything. I would highly recommend it. And manufacturing wing. Which is, you know, maybe another horn worth tooting a little bit. I very much enjoy. It's been a while since I've done a build where I have like 10 items all produced in the same place. But this is probably the best one I've done. I realized once I got further up in the tiers that it was something that happened less and less often. Was like, oh, I need to build 10 items in one spot. But yeah, I guess one more thing I could show off. I'm feeling a little bit better, a little bit calmer now. So I'll probably go back to trying to fuck around with aluminum. But I super appreciate all of the kind words and all of the follows. Yeah. So final thing is my main power plant. This is West Grand. If that computer factory was one of my favorite things I've made, this is my favorite thing. I was experimenting with running trains along walls in this one so that I could supply stuff up to the factory built along, because normally there's a big stone pillar right here. And I saw the pillar and I thought, that's where I want my turbo fuel plant to be. And so I put it there. And this is what it looks like. It is very bright. And this is the top floor that burns all of the turbo fuel. Stores all my power. Does all of the cool things. Indeed a horn worth tooting. Not sure that I like that combination of words. I know that I'm the one who said it. Shouldn't have said it. But yeah. There you go. Hopefully it makes a little bit more sense now why I'm getting to aluminum at 1,300 hours in. Or 1,200 hours in. Because this is how I spend all my time. I am sorry to say that an ad is coming soon. I have delayed it as much as I possibly can. But, you know, Twitch things. I think it's just going to happen. So I'm very sorry if you get hit with that. I just want to make it clear that it is coming so you don't get surprised. You can turn your volume down, whatever you want to do. But I am going to head back over to the aluminum and we'll continue doing that. City Rat, you want me to have some water? I probably should. I've been yapping. Let me get back to where I was.
Free Shavakadu! Free Shavak!
Thanks. Holy shit! I shouldn't be flying around here at night. This area is awful at night. Actually, I need to craft some more healing if I'm gonna go back to work. I've been working around a lot of uranium and I don't have the suit. So it just kills me. Can I make more? Yes, I can. I'll just spend a little bit making some inhalers. How much power does your turbo fuel make? Oh yeah, I guess I didn't say that. It makes about 30,000 megawatts. I think the exact number is like 31,250 something, but it's more like with dependencies and machines in the building, it's like just over 30,000. There we go. I'm gonna need these. Let's go back to daytime as well. This place is awful at night. Some of my builds do just look better at night, though. But yeah. Yeah, about 30,000. Enough. Enough that I don't have to worry about power for some time. And a good number of those factories actually do have like fully fledged tour videos, if anybody is interested in that. Plug my own stuff a little bit. There's a link to my YouTube channel down below the stream, if you'd like to go check those out. Because that was kind of, you know, on the spot, but I do have like actual tour videos that I write scripts for and do actual camera work for. If you'd like to see any of those buildings in more depth, I have one for most of those. And then I'm just gonna go back to building some train platforms to try and make my aluminum setup. I think as I got rated, let me try and remember what I was doing. I think I was trying to figure out how I was going to path my train back into the network. Yeah. Yeah. I also realized that... I'm sorry, the raid, like, stressed me out a little bit, so I feel like I wasn't very coherent for a while, and I was just looking for something to latch onto so that I wouldn't be so stressed out. But thank you, everybody, for being so nice and friendly. I wouldn't expect anything less from Satisfactory community, but it is nice. It scared me at first, because I thought I was getting, like, botted. It was just a bunch of aluminum oof. I didn't even ask how the dev stream went. I feel bad. I was just like, I was overwhelmed with colors. It's like giving a baby a kaleidoscope. Like what is a baby gonna do with that?
Strange.
I remember you saying you were gathering splice to build the aluminum. Hope that helps jog your memory. It does. It does. Thank you, Fox. Thank you. Yes. So I already have silica and I already have copper attached to the network. And now I'm just trying to attach some bauxite and some coal. And then I have to figure out where I want to build the thing. That is what I'm doing. And I was doing some route markers to try and plan out how my train was going to run. Something tells me there's not enough room here for a train. It's a shame, because it would actually be a cool route if it were just big enough. Clear this area out a little bit. Out of explosive rebar. At least I still have a surplus of that. I think my arms plant is no longer making rifle ammo, because I have not supplied it with copper for some time. Pretty sure I tore that down the same time I tore my steel plant down like 500 hours ago, and it just never got hooked back up. What if I built a big bridge, like, between here? It could go over what I already have down there. That'd be pretty neat. I've been meaning to build a big bridge for a train, and I think this might be the perfect location. So, I don't know what the interim is going to look like. But I'm going to aim for right here. Maybe try and start like right here. Yeah, I mean, they're pretty similar elevations.
You are not a cockroach.
It'd be an amazing
Strange.
view. And then where do I go from there? Up here? Oh, there's a bunch of uranium
You are
up
not a
here.
cockroach.
Can't deal with that.
Strange.
This does actually get me, if I just run past this, if I path past it, it does get me to the elevation of the bauxite that I said I wanted to use. Kind of. And it's very flat up here. So there's a lot of room for activities. I'm just trying to think, because I'm going to have a train station for every single resource. I feel like this is probably an okay location for that. And then my bauxite's already up here, I just need to figure out how to get the water. I mean, there is water down below, so I could just pump it up here. Might even be cool to design like some kind of little latches to go along the side of this and bring the water up. I could grab it from anywhere. I think that's a non-issue. Yeah, let's do that. I think that's a good idea. I'm going to work on routing the trains. That's probably going to take up the rest of the time, is just routing trains over here. Trying to figure out that mess. Oh, I really want to build that bridge, though. Let's build a bridge. Where was it going to be? I could also overcomplicate everything and make a fluid train. Wonder if that sounds like a good or a bad idea. How do I even begin building a bridge between these two locations? I guess I should figure out the elevation first. Like, if this is an okay elevation. I think it is. I think it can be straight all the way across. Sounds like a terrible idea. Let's do it. That's kind of my modus operandi, is that I want to do things in a difficult way because it's going to be a little bit cooler than if I did it the easy way. I could just connect this up with the pieces that I have. I think that decision will probably come later if I have enough room to put stations for everything and I still have extra space. Then I will, then I can decide to do that. Also, it might be easier to just run it from here over to there, because I think that would be straighter. but perhaps. I've never used a fluid train. I feel like I really want to. There were a couple of times that I really wanted to use a fluid train, and then I just thought, this sounds like a really big pain in the ass, like more than I'm okay with. And I just found out there was an easier way and decided to do that instead. Oh, you know what? This is actually a perfect place for another little roundabout. I wanted to do a roundabout on both sides of this so that no matter which direction a train was coming from, it could turn around if it needed to. So there's already one over here that's going to feed over this way. And I think the main train line is going to run through here. And then if it curves off into a little roundabout right here, then it can feed directly into the bridge right here. Oh, that's great. That's perfect. It's going to have to be a little bit bigger because this is not centered with the pillar. But that's okay. I should get some power over here so I can hover. Where's my closest power connection? Trains are so fun to use. I agree. I love trains. I love them so much. My favorite part of the game outside of overcomplicating things to my own detriment is running trains. Like, Satisfactory tier list? Fucking with my future self? Just below that, trains. The one thing I find is not so good is trying to find room for the stations. But the rest of trains... It's like that meme with the little girl thinking about something, and it's like, oh, thinking about trains. Yeah, I'm so excited thinking about trains. And then I get there and I have to build the stations, and I'm like, what the fuck, dude? But yes, I love them. The end result is well worth it. Alright, let's see how big I need to make the roundabout. To have it still encompass the entire thing. This is another lovely mod, the Curve Builder mod, that just lets you make circles. And I think that looks like an okay place for it. Do you use blueprints? I do. I made my own set, actually. And I will show them off in just a moment. I think that's a pretty good size for the roundabout. So let's just put that there for now. Yeah, I have a lot of train blueprints. Thank you for asking. I have... Let me see which ones I want to show off. I've got some wall tracks. I think these are pretty nifty. I don't know if they're structurally sound, but I really like them. I guess I can hover now. I don't need to be jetpacking. So this is kind of the style that I have for all of my tracks. I've got wall pieces. I've got regular pieces. Where are they? They're honestly still pretty basic at this point. But I like them. They're very easy to connect together. And they make running trains very, very pleasant. Probably, I don't have a roundabout, because when I made these, I didn't think about it. That's it. I just didn't know. I'm pretty proud of this one, even though the only thing I can think now is one time somebody told me that intersections are worse than roundabouts, and I know that they're right. But I still really like this piece. Because it took me a really fucking long time to make. Is a little 5-piece intersection, like, block. That just makes regular train intersections really easy to make. So, I still need a roundabout blueprint. That would probably be a good one to make. But, God, stepping back into the blueprint designer is hard. It's hard. It probably took me a really long time to put those blueprints together in a way that I was happy with. Nice. I think so. I'm a big fan of them. All right, what? I think I want to build... Maybe I should do the tracks before I do the bridge. Yeah. Right. Right. Good idea. Let me see if there's room on this side of the pillar to run a second lane of tracks. I think there is. And then that should line up pretty perfectly with where I want the bridge to be. Let's see if I can make the bridge double wide. I think I can. There might be a little... Oops. Oops! Ran out of power. There might be a little bit of clipping if I ran it that way. So let's see. I'm trying to be on the world grid, but I might just want to remove myself from it. Let's see. If I built a track here, would a train do a clip? Or would it not do a clip? Sorry, little bush. Your time is up. I think it is going to do a clip. I think this one's good, though. Yeah, that's slightly illegal. So I could move it over a little bit closer to this wall. Or maybe I could just move the tracks closer to each other. I really don't want to reduce it to a single lane, because there's going to be a lot of traffic coming this way. Oh, I guess I'd have to move the roundabout if I wanted to do a double wide. Yeah, I may have to diverge from the world grid then.
Back to the pit.
Back to the pit. You just missed it. You just missed the pit. Pit's there. Sir, the pit is that way? Alright, let's stretch power first so that I don't fall into the pit again, as much as I know you'd love to see that, T-Man. I'm not going back. I'm never going back to the pit. Cap Vector, thank you for the follow. Thank you everyone for the follows. I know I keep saying that, but I feel like I have to, because I can't hear the alerts, so it's very difficult for me to keep up with them on a, you know, person-to-person basis.
You are not a cockroach.
So I'll just
Strange.
blanket statement everybody. And if you get called out, that's an extra bonus.
You are not a cockroach.
Thank you, Comrade Purple Phoenix
Strange.
and Dog Claritin for the follows. It would be nice to have terraforming. Maybe just a little bit. Yeah, just a little bit of terraforming, because, like, who is this guy? How did he get there? Who put him there? Yeah, I don't know if I want to suffer the clipping. But also, moving the roundabout over means that it's going to clip into this pillar. So it's just kind of quite doesn't align. But I'd really like it to go straight the whole way across. Could you hide the train clipping with a small dark tunnel? Yes. Yes, I could actually. I think I see what you mean. I've never done that before, but this could actually be a really good use for that type of thing. That's what I want. Something very basic like this. See if I can actually scroll far enough to get this to work. Kind of like that. It's a little misaligned, but that's okay. It doesn't have to be perfect. I want to get the idea down. So do something like that, and then maybe like billboard? Just like full black billboard? I've seen people do stuff like this before. Or like, imagine that's a full black space. It's just like the equivalent of having a wall hole for your belt, but for trains. That is a good idea, Fox. I think I may pursue that. I might pursue that if there's no other alternative. If I can't figure out anything else, then yeah. Also, it doesn't clip that much. It just, you know, a little bit. I don't think there's another option, though. I'm pretty sure I can't move it over any more to the left without the roundabout also having to move.
You are not a cockroach.
Wait a minute. No, I
Strange.
could. Actually, couldn't I? Because the roundabout is already too far this way. So it could move back a little bit. Hey, Mort60, thank you for the follow. Yo, Rice, what is going on, brother? Starting to feel the itch again? I might have to start up the factory again. Dude, that makes me so happy to hear. I've actually missed just like sending factory screenshots back and forth to each other. So I personally, as an unbiased third party, think that you should do it. Are you planning on coming back right where you left off? Also, how you been in the meantime? I know you've been playing a bunch of different stuff. You've been playing some No Man's Sky and stuff. Alright, I think I'm ditching the world grid. I think the world grid is dead to me. And we're doing this. We're doing this now. Because I think it will save a little bit of clipping. Feel like I've had enough of a vacation. Yeah, sometimes you just need a solid vacation. And then you can grow the factory again. I'm very glad to hear that, though. Okay. There we go. That no longer clips. I think it doesn't clip at all. Perfect. I do like the idea of having, like, the little black train tunnel. But I really would like the train to be rideable all the way through. Because I actually like riding the train routes that I make. think that's really fun. Embrace Chaos Grid. Trust me, I do. It always starts on the grid. And then, I think after all, why shouldn't I? Why shouldn't I just go off the grid a little bit? A little bit couldn't hurt, right? Alright, I'll just have to move this circle, because I would like it to align with the center of this bridge. So we'll rebuild the roundabout. No Man's Sky is such a great game. It really is. I love No Man's Sky. At one point though, I had the unfortunate, I don't know if I want to say unfortunate, but it feels like it ruined the game for me. I played it in VR, and now I don't want to play it outside of VR, because it is honestly the best VR game I've ever played. Except for maybe Half-Life Alyx. Like, it's so crazy in a universe of games that are like, oh, let's tack on a VR mode to our existing game. I don't know how No Man's Sky is the only one that did it in a good way. And, like, actually feels like it improved the experience. So much so that I no longer want to play the game any other way. Which wouldn't be a problem if I had a functional VR headset, but, I got an Oculus Quest, and it doesn't fit. Very unfortunate. Because my old one had a faulty cable. I had to get rid of it. And then the new one that I got does not actually fit while I'm wearing my glasses. So I can either wear it and be incredibly blind, or it just breaks my glasses when I put it on. Trying to play it in VR the other day, and I could not load into a save at all. That sucks. I wonder if something's broken since I last played it in VR. I would hope that you can get it working, though. It is such a good experience. It feels like they put a lot of effort into making the vehicle interiors feel good and actually tactile for VR. But it also just kind of lends to the atmosphere of the game. I feel like No Man's Sky is almost a horror game, but it's definitely a really good, like, kind of, at least for me, because I play it solo, kind of like a somber isolation experience, where you're just flying around in awe at the scale of the universe, like, alone. And I think VR really enhances that. So, hopefully you can get it working. If you try again. I got the Quest 2 as well. I think it's probably a fine VR headset if it would just fit. If it would just fit. I was initially kind of upset as well that I didn't realize when I got it that I think it's limited to its own library of games, and it doesn't actually connect to a computer like my old one did. And maybe it does, and I just didn't figure out how to do it, but there aren't actually that many like reasons that you'd want to do that unless you play Beat Saber, in which case you kind of need to do that in order to get access to all of the modded songs. That's like the only thing I really wanted to do with it that I couldn't do. Aside from wear it, which is a pretty important thing to be able to do, I think. You know. Never tried VR? Broiler Gaming, if you've never tried VR, I'd say you're probably missing like a really fun novelty. Like, it's incredibly enjoyable for a little bit of time, is how I would put it. And then you're fine just going back and never using it again. That's kind of how I feel about it. Like, if you have the opportunity to try VR without investing into it, do it. But I don't know that I would recommend spending a lot of money on it. If that makes sense. Because it really is just like the most expensive gimmick out there. And there aren't that many good games that benefit from it. It can be very liminal. Yeah. Because No Man's Sky is a weird game where it doesn't feel like there's actually that much to do, which makes it perfect for just like exploring, and that is kind of the point. Is that you're just out there exploring alone. There we go. That'll be a nice start to the bridge. And then I can do... I've never made an actual bridge before. Like, I would like this to look like a real bridge, if possible. So I'll have to figure out how to do that. Did you do the expedition for the new Corvette stuff? I have not. I have... I think I tried to get back into No Man's Sky right before all of the new shipbuilding stuff came out. And I might try again. I tried to play with my partner, and we were just not having a very good time. I don't know, like, No Man's Sky is one of those games where I'm like, this is an awesome game, but I'm not having fun with it. And maybe that's because I played it so much already that I just, like, kind of just can't find enjoyment out of it anymore. It's an awesome game. But, I just find it a little limiting, like the core gameplay loop. Especially when I usually spend my time playing something like Satisfactory, which has a lot more to do and keeps my brain more engaged. No Man's Sky is kind of like a turn your brain off kind of game, which I already have that filled, so. But the shipbuilding stuff looks very good. Okay, what is the best VR set? I don't know. I don't think I'm a very good person to ask about that because I've only ever had an Oculus, which the cable was faulty or something. I don't know. It just kept disconnecting. And then the Quest is limited in its functionality because I'm pretty sure it can't connect to your computer, which you might want for some things. And also it's very small. And if you have glasses, it just might not fit. But I know the VR space has changed a lot since I really started using VR. So that is all of the information that I have. I don't know that I can really provide too much more. Sure, there are some VR enthusiasts out there who could do a much better job telling you what's worthwhile. Index is high-end, but Oculus is casual. Oh. Yeah, that's kind of what I got. Is Oculus is a little more like price efficient if you just want to have a good VR time but don't want to break the bank. Here, let me get a track coming off of this roundabout too. I want to just connect these two roundabouts up first, because then they'll be on the network at least. I don't see the point of a VR headset that you cannot connect to a PC. Yes. Yeah. No, I agree. And that was one of the mistakes that I made when I bought that Quest was I didn't think about it. I didn't realize that it would be such a hindrance to not be able to do that, but it really is. Oh, we're back in Uranium Town again. Okay, so it's... I just want to get the placement of this the same if possible. Yeah, you lose out on a lot not being able to connect it. To your PC. I would say that's probably one of the biggest things to be able to do. Like, make sure it can do that. Like, it sounds really cool. The reason I got the Quest was because I'm like, I wanted a wireless experience. Because the biggest problem with my old VR headset was that it was wired. And it would constantly get in the way and I would get tangled on it. And I'm like, there's got to be a better way of doing this. But I would honestly prefer being tangled up in a wire than not being able to, like, download custom maps and mods for Beat Saber. And also play a lot of games that the Quest does not have on the store because they're not VR games. They're mods or extra modes for existing games that you can just launch through Steam. I think No Man's Sky is actually on that list as well of games that you cannot play on the Quest. Because it's not, like, on the Quest store. I could be wrong about that, though. Okay, it's like the middle of the third block away. The first Oculus is still better than the new Oculus. I mean, you know, out of the 2 headsets I've ever owned, it was the best one. I know, you know, some people say 2 is not a sample size. But it was pretty good for me. Oh, there was a guy under there. Okay, middle of the third, so it should be about right here. You can get wireless sets for wired VR. Really? Do you just, like, coil the wire around the headset and then, like, attach it to an adapter? That's probably a better solution than trying to find one that has built-in wireless, like, as a feature. I would love to be able to play VR games again. It was so much fun. It was really good exercise, too. Why bother going to the gym when you can just exert yourself in your underwear at home playing Beat Saber? You know? Like, what even is the point of leaving your house when you have a VR headset? There we go. I think these are different paths. Hard to tell because they're both purple. I think I need to change my middle name to Danger. Took an afternoon nap. Dressed under the sheets? Oh, brother, tell me you didn't wear socks into the bed. Time has come for me to roll into work. All right, T-Man. Have a good day at work, dude. Thanks for chilling. Catch you later. You gonna be streaming tomorrow? Tomorrow? No, I have some real-world errands to run. The next time that I'm gonna be live after today is Thursday. And, not sure what I'll be doing then. It's gonna be my last stream before the new Path of Exile League launches, so I'm probably gonna be playing some horror stuff. Because I have some horror stuff on the backlog still that I'd meant to play, but I never did. But, have a good day, dude. I shall see you around. Wires come out. It's just a transmitter-receiver combo. I gotcha. That does not look like a good curve. Something about this is wrong. I can't place my finger on it. What if I elevate this a little bit? Could I? Maybe I could just elevate the attachment point. Sounds good. I hope you and your community have an awesome day. Thank you, T-Man. You as well. See you around, dude. Playing Dance Dance Revolution regularly, I was in my best shape. Yeah. It really is nice. It's nice when physical activity doesn't feel like work. It's a pretty massive benefit. I might just have to put that like there. So it does clip into the ground still a little bit. I wonder if I could just move that back. I want the roundabout to be the same on both sides. I guess there is room to move it back and still put the support out of the water. And then this one has room to move too. So I could move it closer and just have the connections be in the same place, but have it... Yeah, let's just do that. That'll make the turn radius a lot more friendly. Raised train track. I really want to do a building where the train is raised up like the centerpiece. Hell yeah. I love the idea of that. I really want that as well. I just want a building where the train... I mean, that's kind of what I'm trying to do in my steel plant. It didn't turn out the way that I wanted it to. But that's kind of the idea. But I too would love a building with a raised, like, elevated monorail through the center of the building. That would be very good. Very cool. It only makes it slightly better. The thing is, okay, so here is the thing. The thing is, here's the thing. I want this area right here to be a pass-by track that connects everything back via the bridge and eventually supplies the aluminum processing. But this area is also going to need space for a lot of stations. Because I'd like to be able to eventually put a station for the SAM. I'm going to be routing the coal over here to use this platform. So, like, this coal is going to get routed just via some belts to somewhere over here. What else do I have to route? Probably leave place for the bauxite. There's a small amount of bauxite there. Do trains take damage from owie ores? No, they don't. They do not. Your trains will be fine. Don't worry. From the owie ores. That would be fucked up if they did. You had to account for them taking uranium damage. I would not be able to run this route if that was the case. Alright, that's probably fine. That's a nice curve, actually. I'll just have to lower this down after it gets here. Owie ores. I like that. It'll actually clip even less if I do the curve to the center of the block like that. Brother, what are you trying to do here? I have a spot that I've been saving for a short pass-through train in a building, but I'm just not there yet. Yeah, but you've got a spot picked out. Alright, we clip in a little bit. That's okay. And then... How about a foundation in the middle of the curve? Oh yeah, I'll come back and give it some supports. Hey, Johannes. What's going on? chipping in real short. How are things? Things are good. Got a raid from the Satisfactory devs earlier. So it's pretty good, yeah. That's awesome. I'm hyped about the new Path of Exile League. I assume you are as well. Pretty good day. Hey, Cap Vector. Video chat the wifey for lunch. How's the bridge? Not bridging quite yet. Working on getting the 2 roundabouts connected. I got one roundabout over here and one there that's going to kind of be one on either side of this big station area. I really tricked myself today into thinking that I would be collecting resources. And this is part of that work, but it has just been a train day. Which is okay. I like trains. Big train kind of guy. I might want these to be 1 meter instead. I want to be able to go off to that platform. The Quartz Cave? The East Tunnel exit comes out right in my steel plant. I've been playing this since the steel plant 300 hours ago. Giving me reasons to think about my own steel plant, which I have neglected for many hours. All right, well, let's just try the gradual decline of the ramp here. And I'll see if I can get it connected the way that I want to. Trains are awesome. City Rat? You're correct. True. Why don't you make a support in the middle of the curve and then go down towards the platform you have made? Support here and decrease curvature so it aligns with the platform? Could do. I do like a good clean curve. I usually don't like changing elevation on curves if I can help it. I don't like changing elevation in general, but for functional, for the functional platform, I might have to. I'm going to see if there's a way that I can keep that and change the elevation here and still have access, because I kind of lose access to that whole platform if I do it this way. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe I could. Let me just try it before I get too tangled up in whatever else I was doing. Been finishing my steel plant for about 400 hours now. Yeah, I would never do that. Couldn't be me. Could not be me. I don't know if I'm gonna have room to signal along this bridge to get it over to the station. We'll see though. It's almost there. Like you need a curved ramp. Yes, true. I could actually make a curved ramp. Sometimes I forget that that is an option. I don't know if it'll actually get over there without clipping, though. Like, I think, yeah, if I do it this way, it's probably going to clip. In a way that I don't like. Let me try connecting it in the middle. And see how I like that. I think my auto connect is not working because the placement is weird.
free Shavakadu! Free Shavakadu!
Free Shavakadu. You do know a little bit about those, don't you? Guess that's kind of your specialty. I could still have a pretty solid curve coming out of this. I could also do just the curved piece here and be like, it could be gentler than this. I wonder if I could scoot this back more and if it would actually help. Been playing Satisfactory since update 5 came out. That's a while. I think I've been playing since, like, very close to 1.0. I think it was update 8. I started my first factory, and then I kind of fell off, and then I came back in 1.0. Okay, this is a little bit gentler. So that might work. So like a gentle curve, a platform, and then just a tiny bit of that's as much clipping as I was dealing with before, so I think that's okay. Idea that might make construction easier for you? Yeah. I'm here for it. I'm here for any suggestions. I will try not to be too dismissive, because sometimes I can't see beyond my own idea that I'm already pursuing, and hearing another new idea is like eye-opening. I don't know why I decided to make this one like clipping, but that looks okay. Yeah. That's fine. Let's get a support under this thing. Because I think this is probably what I'm gonna do. That's too much clipping for me. Doesn't look that bad. Looks nice. Yeah. Let's go for it. And then that lets me connect to the platform cleanly. How much clearance do I have on either side? Now I need to figure out a good way to connect it up to this roundabout, which I think I probably will just do as like a curved entrance. It would be really nice to be able to put some stations here. Like this would actually be a really good place. It's hard to look at the blank canvas and imagine what it's going to be like. So it'd probably be easier, instead of splitting off, having a station and then having a turnaround, it'd be way easier to do a station parallel with the track, like this. And just as many stations next to and parallel with the track as I can possibly fit. There's just a lot of terrain that's stopping me from doing that. But I wonder if I run these tracks as far to the side as I can possibly get them, I think they'll actually line up better with the roundabout. It actually might stop the clipping from happening altogether if I did that. Which would appease Jug. I suggest you give us all $100. That is a tempting offer. I'm gonna have to turn it down. Sorry. Very tempting, though. Best I can do is slightly less clipping. Maybe. That's a maybe. No guarantees, though. No guarantees. Welcome back, Loador. The only problem with this is the stations would actually... No, this would be much more clipping. The stations would clip into the roof, which I kind of don't hate. Like, I could even do some nice custom lights above them if I just clipped them like this. And I would have so much room for additional stations if I did this. I'd probably still want to have some of them come out over here, but doing it this way... Let's see if it alleviates the curve problem. If it does, then that's, you know... I'm going to kill a bunch of birds with this one stone. Ooh. Ooh. It's really close to that wall. I think it's actually okay, though. Like, it barely does not clip. Yeah, so that'll give me a little bit more room for stations later. And it's a clean curve. Beautiful. Okay. Feels like a mob guy saying that in the movies. I'm not robbing him. I'm just collecting what he owes me. He owes me. He said it. He said it himself. He said, I'm going to give you $100, and then he never did. I know, I still owe you a bunch of divines, apparently. According to you. God, I hope the police don't believe you. Clipping? What's that? I don't see any. Smile. I see nothing. Good. You didn't see anything. Glad you still remember. You never let me forget. How could I not? Alright, I say this is a lot of room for a station. I think this is room for one station. Is what I have, the lesson that I've taken away from all of my time with trains is... If I ever say, this looks like enough room for a train, the answer is that I'm wrong. And actually, it's not. So, because I think this is room for multiple stations, there will only be enough room for one. Which is okay. But it's still more room than I had before. What do I want? I want that piece right there. Like the quote, if you live long enough, you will see yourself become a villain. If I keep lying long enough, you'll think it's the truth. I'm not sure there's an equivalency there. But, I mean, maybe you, yeah, if you just keep saying that, then you could convince me that there is. I see a problem. Let me just, go punch the ads. Ah! Get out of here for 5 more minutes. I might have to, I'm thinking about do it like this. I think I also punched my music away. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Not aligning there, General. Captain. The track is not aligning. Captain, we have an issue on track 7. Captain. Captain, track 7 is not aligning. Captain. Yeah, I don't think this works either. I need as much straight track here as possible. Because I want more room for station. And I don't know what that means for trying to attach this. Because neither of these really work. Get some Fat Rat music. Some of the classics. I've just been going through whatever YouTube music plays for me. But I'm going to go back to my own stuff. I'm going to go back to Realm of Sanity. Maybe I could do a slight curve around this to get it in place. But, okay. Let me plan out the station. Maybe that will help. I'm feeling just a tiny bit stuck. But if I only plan to have a station loading a single resource here... Let's just see. Because I think I can get along with 4 cars. So as long as I have room for a 4-car long station, I think I'm good. Just spitballing here, but the station could have its own roundabout entrance. It could do, yeah. That's true. And this is just for the pass-by. Yeah, that might have to happen. I think I may also have to have a dedicated split-off. This is a really weird section. I guess if the station has its own entrance to the roundabout, that I can move this up a little. I would like this to be in a position where the sign doesn't clip. Ooh, I think that's actually the perfect position. Because then the roof kind of clips in, but you can still see the sign. Norrköping. And then, how does this look? Is this illegal? No, I don't think it is. I don't think so. What recipes are you using, or do you know yet? This is what my modeler looks like right now. I think I was just gonna go for default recipes. Yeah. I was gonna do... Yeah, just a alumina solution, alumina scrap into aluminum ingot. I don't think I'm using any alt recipes here. Except for the silica one. I'm doing cheap silica to supply the silica. My ratios are completely imbalanced right now, and I have way too much silica. But I'm trying to balance around a single bauxite node just to begin with. Do you have a curved pre-made rail? I don't. I do not. Those are hard. Because to get the curve... To get a good curve, you need a lot of space. I think this is acceptable, though. Train go around the roundabout and enter the station. I think it's probably just going to do that, and then enter the roundabout like this. It looks like it is about to be ad time again. I don't know where the time keeps going, and I'm sorry. If you get served an ad about dog food, and you don't even have a dog, but you said dog once, and now you're getting dog food ads, and I'm saying it now out loud, so everyone's going to get them. I'm sorry. But just so you know. This is a weird location, but if you make it happen, it's an epic journey through. That's exactly what I was thinking. I am a big fan of this location. I like how kind of cramped it is. It makes... The restrictions are very enjoyable to try and work around. And I think it's going to be worth it. I think it's going to overall be very worth it to do. Where do I want this? Yeah, I'm gonna say it once again. Ad starting soon, just in case you didn't hear it. I'm gonna be here fucking with trains. Sloppy and pure ingots gets rid of all the silica for slightly reduced output. Yeah, I did see that. I kind of want to experience it baseline, though. I kind of just want to, like, know what's up with aluminum. And this is going to be a pretty small setup anyway. My rail has heavy traffic, so I usually leave a whole section of rail before the station, so it doesn't slow down. Section of rail before the station, so it doesn't slow down on the line. Yeah, like it wouldn't slow down right here. Yeah, it's just a bit of a weird spot. I'm hoping it's not a problem. I just built a battery plant in this area a couple days ago. It's a nice area. I've never worked in the Red Forest at all, but I'm really enjoying it. Risk of Rain music, I hear it is. This is my favorite song from Risk of Rain 2. Yeah, I think I'll just have a dedicated entrance back in to that. And then we'll try and get this attached in a way that's not too silly. Hopefully that's possible. Ah, yeah. The ad has claimed another soul. I'm so sorry. It's not me, it's Jeff. He made me do it. I think I'll just let the curve be across this whole thing. And then I'd like a little curved platform, probably starting like right here. Very pretty. It is very pretty. It's nice to see some different colorscapes. That I don't normally work with. I might have to start a little sooner on this one. Sorry about the ads, guys. I really am. I usually take breaks so that nothing is missed and nobody gets surprised with the ads, but I feel like I'm on a roll at the moment. I don't want to lose my streak. But if you're still hanging out even after the ad, you're a saint. Because it slows down, every other train behind it lags, and there goes my efficiency. Yeah, I see what you mean. I do see what you mean. I'll consider it. I'll take that into consideration. Thank you for your input. I might just connect this up with these. Brother. Don't make me do it. Okay. Good man. Hello? This doesn't really even line up. I don't know how. I think I needed one more curved piece. There was no dog food ad. Ah. Well. We'll get him next time. Sorry about that. Sorry if you were... I hyped it up, so... Sorry if you were really excited and you didn't get one. You can blame me for that. I'll take the blame. Oh, a little coal. The W guy for playing Risk of Rain music? I love that game. I love that game as well. I've gone back to it recently and I tossed all of my favorite songs onto a playlist. Well, not all of them. It's really hard. Risk of Rain has an amazing soundtrack. But it's really hard to figure out what song is what because they all have ridiculous names. I don't know if you've ever gone through and like read the names of the Risk of Rain 2 soundtrack songs, but they're all... none of them make any sense. But goddamn, yeah, the music is absolutely incredible. Some of the best. It's just so very unique. Like, there's no game that really makes... Almost no other game that makes me feel the way that the music from Risky does.
You must strike while the iron's hot.
Oh, don't worry. I have never struck a cold iron in my life. Only the hottest iron around here. In case anybody was worried about that. I wouldn't dream of it. Alright, I think that looks okay. Kind of. Maybe. It's gonna be a bit weird on the platform here, but that's okay. He's a man of culture. Well, in some cases, yes. I got a corset advert. Appropriate or no? My ads were in German. Common language in Canada. They're not even trying anymore, are they? It's another insanely good track. Yeah, this is going to be a really weird shaped platform. I'm just going to lean into it. I'm just going to create some funky shapes and see what happens. Didn't know that. The guitar tracks are just superior? Yes, true. Could a single train freight station unload different types of items from different trains, like a sushi train instead of a sushi belt? Yes, they can. You can have a train that loads like one car with one item and then one car with another. I've actually done that in my weapons plant. That's how I deliver from... You know what? It's actually a really good thing that you said that. Because I might be able to get away with delivering to this initial aluminum plant with a single train. Or at least a couple of the resources could probably be delivered by a single train. Maybe? What just happened? Something just fell off the bottom of my desk. Why did that happen? I don't know. 1 second. Oh, I'm back. Oh, it's awful down there. Yeah, you can do that. It can be difficult to... Well, no, it's not really that difficult. I made it difficult on myself when I did that, in the way that I did it, but it can be a good way of carrying, like, a bunch of lower throughput items on a single train. I think it's mostly used for carrying, Like, you probably shouldn't do it for carrying raw resources in and out, because you usually need a lot of those. This is weird, isn't it? But if you have, like, already pre-made resources that you're not making that many of, you probably get away with doing it. It's kind of fun. Ooh, yeah. That's the good building music. Appropriate. Lurking, a friend doing stretches and watching you. Hell yeah. Lurk away. Feel free. I don't know how I'm gonna do this corner though. I think I'm just not going to get too hung up on it for now, because it's not really that important. I can always come back later and figure it out. Oh yeah, I need a path signal coming off of that, so that this entire roundabout is a single path. I think that's signaled correctly. What are you bringing in on trains? I am bringing in silica, copper, and coal. And bauxite will be on site, and I'm just going to pump up water. I think I'm not going to add an extra train for water. I think I'm just going to pump it up from the water below. Is this all connected now? I think it is. It is actually connected, and I found space for at least one station. I think this is the only station I need for now. I'll add another station for this bauxite and another one for Sam eventually. But for now, I just want to use it to move the coal. As it is a pure coal node. Let me belt that into this station, and I'll use this one to grab the coal. It's kind of far from the node, so it's going to be a bit of a belt journey, but that's okay. I can run it along the tracks to make it look better, like I did with the silica. Ah, it's uranium hell again. Hate this place. I'm glad I decided to do this instead of just building a station up here, because it was so much more interesting to do it this way. Never did trains much in this game. I always did multi-car and load it. And I did the smart splitter load and programmable splitter unload. Yeah, I think that's an okay way to do it. I do like using trains pretty much anywhere I can fit them. I had a blueprint that I wanted to use for this. But if you just want to use them for like low throughput stuff, that's good too. I build a little bit larger than most people would want to build. I don't know where that train of thought was going. I think I'm a little fried, guys. I'm gonna be honest. Sorry. Just pretend that I didn't say that. I like some long distance belts. I actually do too. I do too. Especially, I have this cool blueprint that I really like using to belt stuff around long distances. I don't know if I want to have this like go along the middle, or if I want to have it go above the trains. I think before I had it above, and that was pretty good. hurts. That hurts. Ow. I just want to make sure the trains don't get covered up. So, like, is that high enough? It is just high enough. Let's remove this circle in the middle. I don't think I'm going to do anything with this. I thought I was going to, but... good man, Cap Vector. I like them, but I always up belting for min and max because I get annoyed. Yeah, if you want to make sure that your throughput is good, then I totally get it. No, not imminent destruction of fix-it property. That's me. I'm the fix-it property. Did I even place this correctly? I think I did. I have to heal. Hold on. I think I just misplaced this one. There we go. Relatable. It happens. That happens like once a day. I feel like when I stream this game, I will just say something and I will not know where I was going with it. This is going to end up looking like a really cool roundabout if I continue this pattern. It does make me wish I had this whole thing blueprinted and I could just snap it on. So I guess if I probably should do that. You have any signs for over your train tracks? I desperately need sign ideas. It's the only thing missing. I don't. But I could. I wonder if that's too low now. I think it's still good. The brakes might clip. Sometimes the air brakes do clip. What would you even do? I guess just like an arrow. I kind of just like the simplicity of an arrow. A green arrow. Text maybe? I don't know. It looks weird without any text on it. But I like the way that it hangs down slightly below. Maybe I'll just, tell Ada silence. She'll reprint your meat anyway. Yeah, we got unlimited Pioneer meat. Nobody needs to worry. No hazmat suit? No. Unfortunately not. Nope. Not a hazmat suit in sight. I actually don't know which milestone the hazmat suit is in. If it's in one that I can get as soon as I get aluminum, then I guess I will have it as soon as I'm done with this project, but by that point, I won't need it as much anymore, I suppose. That's pretty good. Do that. I could do the same thing on the other side. I don't really need to. I'm just running the belts. And then we do the blueprint auto connect to get this one over here. I don't know if this is going to be a good height. I think it might end up clipping kind of weird. The belts will go over the pillar though, so that's actually fine. I don't need the hypertube. The hypertube is just baked into the blueprint, but I don't actually need it. Also, the belts are backwards. Fuck. That's okay, I can just flip them by hand. When I put signs over my tracks, I just did some solid red or green light. for right and wrong way. Yeah, I think not overthinking it is probably good. Just red and green looks pretty nice. There we go, and I can use that to run the coal to the station, and I can heal myself so I don't die. Time for the berries and nuts. I have like 30 of these inhalers. I am going for it with the inhalers. Don't you fret. So yeah, and then I want to run it over there and load it into that station. I do, actually. I think long-distance belts are kind of cool. Let me blueprint this stack, because I actually really like it. And I'm going to have to build it at least a few times. Where's my power? I guess I don't really have power, it's just the track. Oh well, you know what that means. Does that work? It does. Okay. I think it's weird because it's not the middle of the track. I think it's the connection point that acts as a power. Everything I come up with just looks square and boring. I'm sorry. That's a struggle. That's definitely a big struggle. Tier 7. Tier 7. I feel like there's something wrong with me because I can never, whenever someone says tier 7, I don't know what that actually means. Because I have navigated the entire game based on phases rather than tiers. I also wish there was an easier way for me to look at like what tier I was currently on instead of going back to base. I guess I could just go back. Rockstar on consumer pride with those? Sorry, what do you mean? The roundabout doesn't need 2 tracks? I want it to have 2 tracks. I think it looks neat with 2 tracks. I know 2-track... Okay, my information, hopefully not wrong, is that 2-track roundabouts with 1 track going one direction and 1 track going the other direction is more efficient than a single circle. That's based exclusively on a video that I watched about the comparisons between throughput on different types of train intersections. My takeaway from that video was that 2-track roundabouts are actually more efficient. But, you know, I did just believe the guy, so if there's information that I don't have, please inform me. It's in phase 3. Okay. So, wait, what? Should I have it? Have I just been suffering for no reason? As I know I can make gas masks. Not in the equipment workshop. Is it in the crafting bench? No, because these are like materials. The hardcore video? Yeah, the one that you linked to me. Yes, yes. That one. Trying to think if I should have the signs up top facing a different direction too. Because if that's the station, whatever. They just add some extra light. They're just kind of neat. I just think they're neat. How neat is that? Huh, that's pretty neat. If you know, you know. I think I'm sorry to say that I don't know. But that's okay. I don't have to. If you have aluminum, you should have the suit. I don't have aluminum. Oh, you mean if I have the ability to make aluminum? Yeah, I have all of the aluminum recipes. Should I have the suit? Am I just not looking in the right place, maybe? Oh, no, I want an arrow. That looks pretty good. I would still like the hypertube, but I think I might have to do a custom one right there. Maybe I'll go back. Maybe I'll go back to base after I save this blueprint and figure that out. I guess it's kind of like a belt routing above train, above track. I guess it's kind of hard to be more descriptive. The hazmat suit and iodine filter were tier 7. Yeah, I can go check. Because I would love to not have to deal with this, even if I just have to handcraft some of that stuff for a little bit. Let me see if this blueprint actually works, and then I'll go take a look-see. Probably do it like right here. I believe that one-track roundabouts with slip lanes are more efficient than two-track because they have less crossing points and they're roughly equivalent in terms of complexity. When you say slip lanes, do you just mean places where trains can pass by each other without being like a completely second circle? I'm not sure if I know how to do that. But I'm open to learning new things. It costs aluminum to unlock at the hub. Is it the one I'm on right now? Is it control system development that unlocks it? Because I feel like I might be just about there. If anybody knows off the top of their head the name of the milestone that you need. Oh, I guess these ended up going backwards a little bit. What happens when you start combining blueprints together? You get a little wonky. You can unlock it if you have aluminum unlocked. Okay. A building just because you like it that way is a valid reason. You don't have to listen to me, I just like talking about trains. No, that's totally fair. I appreciate the advice. If it's an inefficient design, that's totally fair. I built it this way because I thought it was one of the more efficient ways, but if I'm wrong about that, then I will possibly just sacrifice a little bit of efficiency. I can always come back and readdress it later as well, if I feel like I'm running into throughput issues. Okay, now hopefully this does not clip. Get rid of some of these. Try and run the belts. Please no clip. I think it should be okay. Ooh, it's very close. This is looking good over here. The differing elevation of belts and tracks is amazing. I love this. And then I'd like to run a hypertube if possible, but I might not be able to. I have a little power connection that lets me run the power from the station up to the miners so I can keep it on a separate grid. And before I get distracted anymore, I'm going to go back to base real quick and just look at the milestones. I know a guy with a really cool train video. Is it you? I'm going to guess. Don't tell me, don't tell me. It's you. Dude, I saw that your train video got up to like 12K views. The one that you put out a few months ago. Or maybe that was your road. It was beautiful roads or beautiful trains. But I was meaning to wish you congratulations on that, because that's really cool. I went completely the wrong way. By slip lanes, I mean separate right turn tracks. Separate right turn tracks. I might have to have a visual guide or look it up to figure out what you mean by that. But if that's a commonly used term, I can look it up and learn about it. Oh, it's here. Yeah, I was going for control system development because I think I had everything except for the sheets. I think I can actually do that because I have a bunch of casings. 291? How many did I need? 100. I actually can do that. I need to craft some filters though. Okay. I shall suffer no longer then. Quick wire gas filters. Oh, I might not be able to do that. Gas filters need fabric. Yeah. I think I have a fabric crafter. I just have to feed it by hand because one of the inputs is mycelia. Can't you make synthetic fabric out of polymer resin at some point? Iron filters need aluminum casings. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, everybody who's informing me. The roads video really took off? Yeah. Really bad timing because I burnt out right after. Well, I mean, that's okay. You can always pick it back up if you want to. All right. I think I'm going to go check and see if I have... Let me clear out my inventory. And I might just go... Oh, don't put those in there. I need those. I might just go grab some mycelia if I do have the setup for it, because I think I do. I think I just haven't gone and collected any in a while. Trains at present will take the shortest path around the roundabout. Okay. Gives a little bit more control over the train logic. Like even just defining paths. Yeah, they just pick their own. Based on what's shortest, eh? Let's see. I still have some of your tracks over here, Rice. Some of your like really old ones. Back when I was introduced to trains and you gave me them. It's kind of cool having like almost a museum of old. It's like the ring on a tree. All right. What is going on here? Do I have fabric production? I do. So if and I already have the biomass. So if I just gather some mycelia. Okay, I think this will be worth it. I'm going to go gather some mycelia. I don't want to destroy the coral though. Where's the best place to get mycelia from? That isn't here. Very handy having auto fabric. Yeah, I guess I gotta do that. I guess I gotta get some polymer resin going. Turbine type of roundabouts the most effective? Oh yeah, turbine. No, you're right. Yeah, I was wrong when I said that double roundabout was the most effective. That's just the most effective one that I know how to make. Because yeah, turbine interchanges that don't touch each other at all, I know they just don't stop. But I don't know how to make those. Maybe I should learn. The desert, the grass and tree nodes, the dune desert over there. I love under the highest peak. Where is the highest peak? Right there? I think I'm gonna build my ACU factory over there. The double quartz crystal and the SAM node. Yes, there is a bunch down there. Okay. Turbine intersection? Set a challenge? Because I'll do it. Do it. I feel like you could make a really, really cool... don't you have a turbine interchange? Isn't the one in the desert that you built a turbine? That's a clover leaf. Okay, so it's not... It's still at grade at some points. Here we go. Do these give mycelia? No, they don't. I know there's some mushrooms down here. Oh, I'll switch to area. There we go. Get plenty of mycelia. Yeah, with the turbines are very cool. But every time I watch someone try and make one, I'm like, man, I don't think I could do that. Or at least if I did, it would have to be an area that I knew I was going to get so much throughput in that I would actually benefit from that over just a normal intersection. I can appreciate the beauty, though, of just a train line that never stops. Here we go. Any creatures in the deep, deep depths? I think I cleared out the stingers a while ago and they haven't come back. Thankfully. What are you? Oh, you're nothing. You're nothing. I might have exhausted this. One second. I'm also looping all my music, so let me get some new tunes. There we go. This is on brand. Seeing the turbines, I've already had thoughts about how, and I think I can. Oh, there's coral here. This is good. And coral is mycelia. Probably take me 3 days to blueprint it. I'd love to see it. Once you get it going. Yeah, doesn't it, Hash? Bryce, if you want to post that, video, you can. If you want to link to it, if anybody's interested. Rice Munch does a lot of really good train stuff. Like, basically everything I'm doing with trains now has been inspired by him. He's the train guy. He has some of the best attention to detail train lines that like contour well with geography that I've ever seen. Here, if you want. Just since it's coming up. Oh yeah, it also might just come up if you search beautiful roads. Just get some eyes on your stuff, you know, because it deserves it. Hello? You motherfucker. I think the biggest challenge with them is building the smallest optimal no-clip turbines. Just build them bigger for easier routing. Yeah, I see. So they're actually really easy to do if you just make them not space efficient. How much mycelia is that? That is... Is that enough? It's 1-to-1, so yes, I think it probably is. Alright, I think I'm just gonna go load that in by hand and let it run. Hey! Oh! Spooky. I don't expect these things to be out of the caves. Boom. Get out of here. Alright. Go back and load this thing up. I suck with trains. Trains are hard. They're hard to get just right. Like, you gotta do a lot. There's a lot of moving pieces with trains. I personally struggle a lot with finding space for the stations and making turnarounds look good. But then even on top of that, like if you don't have a set of good blueprints that you want to use to route your trains around the world, it can be really, really daunting to cover some of the distances in this game. Let me see if this building has a good sorting for mycelia. Like, where does the mycelia go? Okay, mycelia goes here. It should go exclusively... Goes into that container. Which sends it here. Yes, okay. So I can fill that. Fill this container. And should get some fabric being made. And then just to make sure it's actually going where it's supposed to. Fabric center overflow left. Yep. Awesome. And that'll get dimensional depoted, so I can just craft those by hand in a little bit when that finishes up. Cheers? Yeah, for sure. I can appreciate the effort that you put into your train tracks, because I feel like we put a lot of similar effort into our worlds, and I want, you know, you deserve eyes on your stuff too, because it's really good. All right, I'll just go back and deal with deal with this for now. Although maybe I can just do it. I need to have coal. Right. Which I'm not feeding coal into a dimensional depot, because why would I? But I have coal over here. That's fine. Gave train guy a sub? Another one. Okay. I'm missing a wall there? Why? What happened there? Do I have any buffers for coal? No. Just have to grab some out of the machines. Me too? Spread the love. He seriously deserves it. Every time I have a train-related question, Bryce always seems to know the answer. Oh, can't continue bunny hopping on the slant. Hopefully that's enough for the filters I need. I guess I will still need to craft the iodine filters, which might be a problem. I kind of just skipped over gas filters. Because I didn't feel like I needed them. It's enough for 36. Which I think I'm limited on fabric. I'm just going to do a little handcrafting for a while. Oh, how's everybody doing? Thanks for hanging out today. I appreciate it. Appreciate you sticking around. I hope you've been having a good time. All right, up to 40. I have any mycelia in here for some reason? I do, so I could actually do some handcrafting of my own. Oh, no, I need fabric, which needs biomass. I don't know if I have that. No, I don't. I guess I just do have to wait. Maybe I'll check on what my doggos have, because they might actually have some useful stuff. Let's see. Silky has some heat sinks. That's the winner right now. Biomass! Wait, no, Callie, actually, usually biomass, useless. But right now, good job. Give me one step closer. Great, I'm getting some good inspiration for my world. Cat Vector, I'm very glad to hear that. That is my primary goal. Sassy, give me that. You don't know what to do with that. That is awesome, dude. That is the one thing that I want to do more than anything, is just provide people good inspiration for their stuff. All right. Normally, there would be no reason for me to want biomass, but Callie, where are you? Callie, good job. Extra pets for you. I'm so close. I'm so close. I need 7 more. The fabric's just coming really slowly. Should I just wait? feel like I should just wait. It's so slow though. Have I made any of these in the past? No. I guess I am going to need to automate that at some point. I kind of thought that I wouldn't. I thought I've automated everything up to this point, but I really haven't. That's kind of a big one. The alt recipe is a little tedious for the MAM tree. Where would that be in Mycelia? Why is it not letting me scroll? Oh, the polyester fabric. Is that the one? So yeah, polyester fabric is just resin and water. You know what? I think I actually have... Wait a minute. By the time I get it set up, I'm gonna have enough, but I think it might be worth to do this. I think I have an area in my power plant that's turning recycled... We're turning resin into recycled rubber and plastic, and the inputs are the same for synthetic fabric. So maybe I can just add a third lane over there, because I don't need all of the rubber and plastic that I'm making. I can just have some fabric getting made. That might be a quick fix. Spirit has found a nuclear obelisk. Oh no. Oh no. Oh wait, what machine is it in though? In a refinery. Good. 30 per minute. I don't have a dedicated storage for it, but I guess I could just put a tiny little container right here for now. With a little smart splitter. It's gonna be kinda ugly. Let's see. So each of these machines is supposed to be consuming 50 polymer resin a minute. Stretch break and force some ads. Fabric will be done when you get back. That would be a good idea. Full disclosure, I have no clue how ads work. It is actually kind of like that. If you force them early, then you get a little bit of extra leeway on them coming up at an inopportune moment. So let's see. I have actually extra throughput in these pipes for water. So yeah, I could literally just set up like this one to be fabric instead. And clock it. So wait, okay, don't clog. This is gonna clog if I don't disconnect that for a second. Clock it to consume 50. I think I'll probably just over automate something that would have just produced itself anyway. Instead of the reasonable suggestion. It'd probably be nice to have this though. Okay, so center output will be fabric. Left output will be any undefined. No, overflow. Yeah? Wait. It needs to be sunk. I think overflow is actually okay to go this way. My kind of doggo. Let's see if this breaks everything. Because I know as soon as this fills up with fabric, it will need a sink solution, otherwise it will break. So I'm just going to go check upstairs to see if my current infrastructure can handle that. What is this traveling tech? This is my preferred way of traveling. I just slap down some some pulse nobelisks and give them a good whack. All right, prepare your eyes because it's kind of fucked up in here. Don't look. Look away. Okay, rubber and plastic. So yeah, that says plastic goes to the right, overflow goes to the middle. And yeah, I think overflow should get sunk still. Pretty sure. No preload during raids too. Oh, I didn't know that. That is actually good information. I was kind of wondering about how that works. You don't get pre-roll ads during the raids. Well, yeah, I think I probably have enough to craft the rest of the filters, but it is getting to be about ad time. So I will go take that. Because I have actually been neglecting my ad breaks all day, and I should probably stand up and stretch. I can actually get some water. But I'll leave you to look at this. And I will be back in just a few minutes. Oh, and I needed a good stretch. All right, yep, I'm going to run ads. Be back in like 5 minutes. And hopefully by that point I can get my hazmat suit online and stop dying. Maybe I can get that coal hooked up to the train. And we'll go from there. See you in a few.
You are not a cockroach. Strange.
Hello, hello. I'm back. Water? I shall. I actually did not get water, but I still have some. Thank you, thank you. World is so architectural. Mine is always just foundations that don't have walls on two sides because I'm still planning to expand in those directions. That's okay. I like building with supports. I like, you know, making things look lived in and real. But perfectly viable way to play the game. Just have some supports everywhere, or some foundations everywhere. What you don't see is that this took me like 300 hours to build. So some people, it's okay. It takes a lot of time. Maybe there are better things that you'd rather be doing. In that amount of time, most people would beat the game. And that's fine too. Welcome back, thank you. I always back out of plans and never finish. I struggle with that too. I also struggle a little bit with backing out of plans and not finishing them. Where do I need to go? I guess I need to go turn in the milestone. Craft up the rest and turn in the milestone. This area down here was unfinished and just like in the ether for a really long time because I didn't know what I wanted to do with it. But it's getting closer to finished every time I come over here. So backing out of projects is something that I do a lot, but then I always try my best to come back and just chip away at them. I think that helps to know that it's always going to be there and you can just keep making little bits of progress here and there. Not bashing myself, just complimenting you. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Backpack Vacuum. I will take the compliment. It is just very nice to have a lived-in feeling world. There we go. That's the fabric coming. But, I mean, ooh, this is actually my first milestone that I've made in a long time. And watch it go. Go, go, go! Yeah! Yeah, get out of here! Whee! Awesome.
Milestone reached. The hazmat suit protects the wearer from radiation by consuming iodine-infused filters. You may find this protection essential if you are going to finally get around to saving humanity. I previously gave you compliments in an attempt to inspire you, but it might have given you the wrong idea. I will definitely be totally honest with you from this moment on. Here is a demonstration of a truthful compliment. That suit looks like it was made for you. Because it was.
Alright. Yeah, oh, let me take that Nuke Nobelisk from you, Spirit. And Fred actually has the rest of the all-clad sheets that I need to build my hazmat suit, which I otherwise would not be able to do. I love Ada's voice lines. I've missed them. That is one unfortunate thing about being this far in the game and not making progress, is that I don't actually get to hear those, like, ever. So it's kind of a little treat when I do. I finished the game out of frustration. I'll want to change it later. I could see just speeding through. I sped through the end of phase 3 because I just wanted to get through it. But mostly because I wanted to get the hover pack. Like, finally have that. Hazmat suit equipped. Yeah, big projects are also scary and hard. Ooh, okay, so for iodine filters, you need aluminum casings. That's fine. And then I'll just handcraft some gas filters and iodine filters for now, so I can not die over there. I should make a gas mask just because I can. I'm kind of tempted. I never did that. Ada is sassy. Normally it's just the right amount of sassy. You know who's really cool though? Elevata. I love her. She's not sassy. She just makes jokes. I want to build architecture, but when I do, I instantly need to expand and I have to redo the architecture to accommodate. Any advice? I guess the way that I get around that is by... Well, sometimes I just redo my entire base. Really. Like, this used to be very much smaller, and then I just expanded it. I just built on top of it. Like, on top of what I had. I guess another thing is being okay with calling a project complete. Like, I can see wanting to use old resources and tap into old factories, but I don't really feel like I have to worry about expansion because a lot of my factories are complete. And if I want more raw resources, I'll just go tap them from somewhere else. So if that's not something you want to do, that's also fine. Because, you know, might be more efficient and time saving to just grab from an existing resource line. But I like to feel like I have a finished product when I'm making a factory. Like I can look at something and say, that's done, and I don't have to worry about it anymore. Like, this is done. I'm not going to expand that anymore. And if I need anything computer related that's not produced there, I will make another factory. Having a realistic scope from the outset is probably one of the things that I would also say do if you can. And try not to let that creep out of control. Which is rich advice coming from me because I do that a lot. And sometimes you just can't help it. But setting yourself a goal, and then once that goal is reached, like, just move on to something else. Don't expand the factory, build a new one next to it type beat? Yeah. Yeah, build a new one next to it. Don't tap into old resources is usually what I will do. Have the ability to say, this is done, and that's okay. What do I want this thing? So that helps me. And it's not always so easy. I really struggle with calling a factory complete because sometimes I will build it and I'll think, man, if I just expanded it a little bit, it could be much more efficient, or it could also make this resource, or it could also do that. So I understand that it's not always so clear-cut, but I think that is a good place to start to try and, you know, feel like it's okay to build architecturally. Oh yeah, this actually isn't the blueprint. And this one's signs are wrong. It's crazy how much real project management this game requires. I feel like I should put it on my resume. I know. It really is insane. The amount of, like, I guess this thing does kind of need signs on both sides, doesn't it? Okay. It is, though. You're right. Like, the amount of out-of-game work I do to make sure that my factory is working, the amount of time that I spend thinking about, like, okay, what goes here? What goes there? Is a lot. And those are, like, real-world management skills. Like, you could if it weren't, you know, so silly. Somebody has arrived. Oh, I think my cat wants some attention. So, cat is currently on camera for a minute, if anybody would like to see. He might not want to be held, though, so I don't know how long he'll be here for. Sometimes he's okay with being a little baby.
You are not a cockroach.
Oh, he wants to
Strange.
go. All right, you can go. That was the cat section of the stream. Very short. Very sweet. Let me see how that looks. Got promoted 3 times after my first playthrough. Yeah, Hero, I saw your Satisfactory factory, and I just wanted to say good job. Here's a boatload of extra money. 'Cause you clearly know what you're doing. Good job. Dude, I wish it worked like that. I think the world would be a better place if it worked like that. Hypertube will go right through the mineral arch. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a custom piece for this one. I think I'm just gonna run it slightly lower than normal. Oh, that is so nice. The iodine filters. I almost didn't realize for a minute that I wasn't just dying to random radiation. Also, it's really difficult to place this correctly because it doesn't snap on this axis. Software dev got stuck as iteration manager. It played this to help time management. That's so cool. That honestly is like the coolest thing to me. And it actually is kind of being recognized now. I don't think it's going to be that long before schools start using games like Factorio and maybe even Satisfactory to teach things. Like, they're already using Minecraft. I know that. Schools are getting on board with, like, esports teams and stuff. I place this backwards again. At least I have the pillars to set it on top of now. That's so cool to me. I wish it was like that when I was a kid. Maybe I would have done better in school. I definitely would have. Yeah, so I think we're going to move the hypertube slightly underneath. Hypertube's just for fun, but I do really like it. Yeah, we'll just do a little custom piece on this one. So that goes down below. Have to get rid of that tree? I don't think so. I think it's fine. And then I'll just need to do one of these going over here. 2 decades IT experience. This just made that make sense. Yeah. Project lead and senior bus analyst. Did somebody say bus? I don't know what that means in an IT in an IT world. I might need to give this a little bit more room. Let me build a platform up here on the hill. A little bit of clearing this stuff. I don't want to delete too much of it. There were games as a kid, but Sammy's Math House wasn't exactly fun. You take that back about Sammy's Math House. What the hell? What do you mean it wasn't fun? Yo, the math games as a kid, though, were like... I mean, kid games, but like, yes, of course they were. But compared to Factorio, Satisfactory, the stuff that we have now that also can employ those same kind of things and like actually teach you stuff, those are the real games. I'm just glad to see them recognized now as actually useful tools for teaching people stuff. That makes me really excited. I don't know, it's just kind of validating, like, that my preferred hobby is now also being used to teach kids in school, because there's some merit to it. It's almost like I was trying to say that all along, Mom. Except I didn't actually know that, I was just bullshitting. But it turned out to be true, so I was right. Tell my boss I need like 3 months off so I can really focus in on Satisfactory. Yeah, do it. Why not? The factory must grow. That's all you need to say. That's all it takes. Let's see. This coal node is surprisingly well aligned. It's not quite perfect, but it's pretty close. And then I actually don't need the track piece for this one. I just need this guy. I think if I run them around this way, it'll be a little bit cleaner. I could also give this a little bit more over here. Now, I may have chosen a very different career path if I had the... Honestly, if I just had these games as a kid. Like, it wouldn't even have mattered if I was in school doing them, like playing them, but if I played Factorio growing up, instead of like... I mean, I love the games that I played as a kid, because I played like Spyro and Crash Bandicoot and Kingdom Hearts. And all of those games are awesome, and I remember them fondly. But if I had Factorio, oh. Like, I might be an actual engineer right now. Which mod allows you to move the miner? That is the Infinite Nudge mod. It just lets you, yeah. It lets you do more wild stuff with it than that. If you want your miner to be upside down, you can do that too. Invalid belt shape? What do you mean invalid belt shape? Completely normal. It's a good one. Good for cosmetics. It's good for aligning miners to the world grid so you can get them straight into a splitter or onto a belt without that weird little section that everybody knows you get when you run immediately out of the miner. Alright, so there's 600 coal. The 3 belts here are not going to be necessary, but having them means that I have the capacity. If I want. And then we get the power all hooked up, which can power that. Except it's not hooked up yet. Are you middle-clicking blueprints to choose them? I didn't know you could do that. Yeah, so if you are in delete mode and you swap over to blueprint dismantle mode, and then you middle-click a blueprint, it will give you the entire blueprint. It's a little unintuitive, because you can't just do it without being in dismantle mode first. You have to specifically be in blueprint dismantle mode to middle click. I think this one is still going to be a little bit fucked up coming out. That's good. I think I'd like to split these just so I can use the other belts even if I don't need them. Because having 3 full, or 3 like partially full belts will be better. Or I might even only use 2 of them so that I can have the hypertube unobstructed. Super Mario World on the SNES was like pure drugs. I feel like all video games that you play as a kid are like that. Just need to figure out how to integrate mods with a dedicated server now. Yeah, sorry to say I can't help you there. Yeah, maybe I'll just split it twice. Actually, I want that closer splitter. And then I guess I just won't even use the middle belt. 1 second. My cat has decided it's time to fuck around. So I'm going to go put him in the other room, and I'll be right back. Just 2 seconds. All right. Sorry about that. He just comes in here and starts fucking with stuff if he's given the opportunity to.
Free Shavakadu! Free Shavak!
Have to use that? Thanks. Yeah, it's good. Gotta watch more Satisfactory Streams. Last time I watched one, I learned about placing power poles on existing power lines. Yeah, there's a lot of little things that the game... I don't want to say the game doesn't tell you, because it may tell you and I just forgot. But it's easy to forget about them. It is. Always wondered if our childhood turned adult hobbies are due to an aversion of parental stress. I don't know. That might be a psychologist question. Maybe. Hey, Mr. Justin Nobody. Welcome in. What did you just do with the 2 splitters? I don't know. Did I do something weird? I guess I don't need the second splitter. But it looks good. I don't know if that's what you mean. Why? Not what? Do you just mean that I have 2 splitters when I could just have a single one? I don't know. Good question. Maybe we'll find the answer together. I just didn't think about it. I just didn't think about it. It's probably because I was going to manifold it into 3, and then I didn't, and then there were 2, and then I left it. If that's a more satisfying answer. Alright, now let's just get the coal hooked up, and I think I'm ready to actually start loading it into the stations. Oh, something's messed up with these belts here. What happened? I think I might just have too tight of a curve. Is that what's going on? No. I don't know what happened. They look fine now. I swear I know. Hi. Hi. I think this power line is gonna clip unless I do some funky shenanigans with it. Let's just do a little one of these. Surface is too uneven. Yeah, is it? We'll see about that. Is that a challenge? Oh, yeah. Wait, I didn't know that pillars would tell you that a surface is too uneven if you try and place one on something. I thought you could just always place one. Hmm. Interesting. Damn it. I clicked the first time, I didn't confirm it. Yeah, because I was in zoop mode. Oops. Oop, more like oops mode. Alright, now how do I want to connect this? Probably just manifold it. Found a reference sheet for all the different interchanges. That's good info. You thinking about putting some of them together? Other than the turbine. I know that you said you were already thinking about doing that. How to blueprint it. The surface is much more even now. Yes, This surface is much more even than the previous surface, even though it's the same surface. Very good. Very well done. I like this little I like the archway, but I think I might actually want to turn this on its side. Oh, we're getting into the stressful part of the soundtrack. Let me get away from this, because I'm going to have... here we go. This is some good building music. There's a way cooler one called Braided, which has caught my eye. They, like, loop around each other. I also kind of wanted to figure out if this was going to be enough space for the train. And if I could maybe give it a little bit more space. I don't think I can. So it's becoming a little weird just slapping blueprints everywhere. But I kind of like it too. Now I want just the archway with nothing on top. I guess there is no straight for the hypertubes. That's fine. The link you can check out after? Yeah, I'll take a look. I'll have a bit of a look-see. Alright, I should probably just merge these together. No, actually, I shouldn't. Because I can just do this instead. Is it RimWorld music? It is RimWorld music. I have the original RimWorld and then the P music in one playlist. I listened to this for Satisfactory for a long time. It was like my go-to Satisfactory building music. For on-stream at least. Just very good background tunes. Oops.
You are not a cockroach. Strange.
CMA Sue, thank you for the follow. Why is there so many cool interchanges? Should have never gone to the interchange wiki. No, that was your first mistake. If you didn't want to see a bunch of cool interchanges, you definitely should have stayed away from the wiki for the interchanges. A classic blunder. How will you ever recover from this? Maybe I won't do that. I just want to wait for the hypertube to actually come out and, like, be finished. I don't know. How safe does it feel to have the hypertube facing directly into the train track? Is that okay? Am I violating anything? Okay, I'll put a little construction fence here.
You are not a cockroach. Strange.
Can't have our pioneers flying off of their hypertubes directly into moving trains. That would really put a damper on efficiency. Nat Expressin, thank you for the follow. It's been a few years since I played it, but that song especially is very recognizable. Yeah, there's a few of them. The it just has like such a good vibe. Very unique. That one is very recognizable. You're right. That's clipping into the wall, so it won't connect to that one. I think I'm really enjoying just kind of leaning into the chaos of this station. Kind of enjoying it. I feel like I'm getting my spaghetti fix by building dependencies. Like loading stations. It's really nice. Been a few years since I played RimWorld as well. I keep meaning to play it. I keep meaning to play it on stream as well, but I just don't. I just don't. And then it almost feels like it's too prohibitive to play because of how expensive it is to get all of the cool expansions that I want to play with. You know? Maybe this is how I hide that little inconsistency there. What if I just remove the belting stuff on the top? Kind of like the IRL stacked interchange. I'm gonna have to take a look at what you're looking at. Real life train interchanges are so cool though. They are. I spent a decent amount of time looking at just the way that they're designed in real life when I was trying to figure out how to make my rails in game. That's maybe not so good. I think I would rather try and have these things clip like that. This might be combat music. Send you my references? I would love some references. I would love to see add some new references to my board. That's kind of weird. I don't know if I like that. It's also placed very strangely. And it covers up the signals. So many problems. So problematic. Is this 45-degree construction you have there with mods in the foundations? No, actually. This is vanilla. Well, is it? I made it into a blueprint. I think you can accomplish this with no mods. I'm pretty sure you can. It's basically just a foundation here, a foundation here. You can accomplish something similar without mods, I want to say, but you can't quite get the same exact alignment. Or maybe you can with some like very specific tricks, but I do use mods to align these corners together for the I did use that for the purpose of making the blueprint. There was a way I was doing it before I got mods, but it was really convoluted and not worth it. So I think there's a way you can do it with barriers. There's like barriers are crazy apparently for vanilla building with weird shapes. But yeah, I would recommend just having the infinite nudge mod because it lets you change the minimum amount that you nudge by. It makes it a lot easier to just attach those things where you want them, exactly where you want them. Makes it much easier to close things off like this, too, when you don't know what else to do with them. It's like, that looks a lot better now. I think I'll probably just connect this and call it good. Simple, not overcomplicated. You can do it in vanilla. There you go. Apparently you can. I thought there was some way you could do it, but I didn't remember what it was. I just have to move the signals so they're not clipping. I think I can actually create a section of track if I just do this and create a split. Now we can do the signals beforehand. Never mind the fact that you wouldn't actually be able to see them if you came from the other direction. Kinda defeats the purpose. But I like the little archway, it's very cool. Alright, let's get this thing on its own grid as well. Snap a beam in the middle, snap a foundation to that, nudge in 4. There you go. I like to play without mods, that's why I asked. Yeah, I guess there is a way to do it with beams. I don't think I've ever used that method, so I can't really showcase it. Because I don't know what I'm doing. I think some power poles in the middle of the tracks could be good, actually. It's faster to do with beams, honestly. Even compared to mods? I mean, I just use my blueprint now. At this point. I should really make a blueprint that's just an archway. Just a basic archway with nothing on it. Just a basic little cheeseburger. But I think this is the only other place that I'm going to want it right now. That will probably change. Yes. Let me try it out. I always like learning new little tricks. Okay. What did you say to do? You said snap a beam in the middle. Beam in the middle. So like in the middle of the platform. So we're trying to aim for one here. Middle to middle. So middle of this one to middle of that one. Vertical middle. Right here. In freeform mode. Corner. True. Like so. I appreciate you guiding me through delayed text. I really do. Snap a foundation to that and nudge it. Yo. Wait, that's actually so clean. Oh, hell yeah. I love that. Yo, I love that for vanilla gamers. I guess that's how you do it. That does not connect to power. I have just been informed by the fact that that also doesn't connect to power. Where the fuck is my power? There we go. Yeah, very clean. Hold up. Time to compare. I give that a 10 out of 10. I don't know. Oh, that one's definitely not a 10 out of 10. Oh, that's a yikes. Don't look at that. Look at that instead. Are you telling me this is all over my world? Are you telling me that I've been putting this block down everywhere? I'm restarting my save. Ridiculous. It's so nice and clean, you can do any weird angle. Any weird angle? I guess that's not actually even that weird of an angle. What about this? Yeah, I guess you can. Like, it'll still overlap in the middle, but that's fine. I guess you can do any weird angle like that. That's way better than... That is actually better vanilla than it is modded. That's a really good trick. Alright. I've been informed. Consider me informed. Thanks. 9.9 out of 20. Hehehe.
You thought I was gonna say out of 10. Omega lol.
You got me. I've been got. That is a good trick. It's good tech. 40 hours is just fixing that one corner everywhere. I need someone to anybody have access to the Men in Black like flashbang tech where they can just make me forget that I ever saw that? Is that possible? Fuck. Nothing to see here. It's not off center. What are you talking about? There we go. I think we're now connected to the grid. I have some fucked up signals. Oh, some of these are also the wrong color, I think. Or the right color. I don't know, they look pretty good. I've been trying to leave this thing mostly unpainted. Like just default color scheme. Let's see. Can I take this? I can. Whee! Little hypertube ride. Aw, this area is so cool. Even though it really is just a bunch of tracks and belts. So good. So you can hypertube from the station up to the coal. Which I have not actually connected, apparently. Beams are always the answer. I'm going to have to add that to my list of things that are always the answer, because right now my list of things is signs are always the answer. I think that's also true pretty much all the time. Oops. But yeah, beams can also always be the answer, I guess. Okay, let's get the coal moving. Coal, go! Get it zooming along the belts. Make sure it loads up correctly. Oh, this will be great, actually. Because I can also come back and upgrade this later. And I have the belts. I have the belt capacity, and I'm hoping I have the train capacity for making full use of that node once it's upgraded to a 1200 a minute node. And that'll let me expand my aluminum production later, once I actually understand the core principles. Alright. We've done it. Coal is being loaded. Incredible. I don't know if I have too many freight stations, but this is how many I have for now. Amazing. Oops. It looks so nice. Thank you. Sometimes it really is just as easy as putting things down and making them work, and it just looks nice. I mean, I've got a few blueprints. And then I've got a bunch of extra space over here if I need another station. Like, I can split off over here too, maybe. When in doubt, use beams. What's your overarching design philosophy for production? Process resources close to their nodes, bring all raw materials to central location, a little bit of both. I usually approach it on a factory to factory basis. I pick an end goal and then I just work backwards from there. So like in this case, my only goal is to fulfill this modeler plan. I mean, I'm learning about aluminum right now, so it's a little bit messy, but I wanted to make, for example, the casings, the canisters, and the sheets in some amount of all of those things. So then once I figured out that's what I wanted to make, because that's everything that you can make from aluminum ingots, I went back and I figured out, okay, what raw resources do I need? Let me go fly through the world and figure those things out. Usually I'll ship whatever raw resources I can around. And kind of, I guess the term, I don't know if it's a term in Satisfactory, but I like it in Factorio, is called a black box design. Where you ship as many raw resources in and then like process them within the factory. I guess it doesn't really make as much sense in Satisfactory because I know it makes more sense if you have a main bus to keep your raw resources on. But I like the principle of each factory being a black box that inputs a number of raw resources and then outputs a number of finished resources. I hope that helps and makes sense. Say that 2 loads were enough to transport the coal. You don't need 4. Yeah, for now, maybe. I have underutilized freight stations in the past, and it's come back to bite me, though. So taking... Also, I just like long trains. So win-win. And once I upgrade this thing to 1200 a minute node with a Mark III miner, I'm hoping that I will still be good on the freight car capacity. Which planning tool is that? That planning tool is Satisfactory Modeler. It is on Steam and itch.io. It's free. It is probably the best factory planner that I've come across. It lets you do stuff like double click. I want to make aluminum whatevers. If you type in aluminum, it gives you a list of things that you can make with aluminum and a list of things that can make aluminum. It's like if I wanted to make aluminum ingots. Tells you the inputs. You want your scrap, you drag it back from scrap, it tells you everything that can make scrap. So aluminum scrap, drag it back to coal, drag it back to alumina solution, drag it back to bauxite, drag it back to water. And then you have like, here's your raw inputs, you know? You can drag them around, organize them however you want. It'll show you stuff in red if it's not being fulfilled, and you can just keep going. I want to make aluminum rods. I want to make screws. I want to make plates. Now I need other plates. It's an amazing tool. Oh, I'm so sorry. Ads just started. I even looked at them and I'm like, I was going to say something, and then I just started talking about Modeler. I'm so sorry. It is ads. Ads are playing. I hope nobody has gotten jump scared at it because I didn't say it in time. I have 1 level 5 carpet for 4 machines and more than enough. There's still coal left over. 1 level 5 for 4 machines and that's more than enough. Okay. I hope that kind of makes sense with what I said about my design philosophy, but it also changes. Because if I haven't done a factory in a certain way before, I will try and do it in a new way, if possible. You know, like use new recipes, use a method of transportation that I haven't used in a while. Very inefficient, and I'm not sure that I would recommend it, but it is how I like to play. Like in my recent iron factory, I hadn't used trucks in a while, and I know trucks are hard to use, really hard to use, annoyingly hard to use, but I decided I wanted to. I've been working on blueprinted factory modules that are black box designs, and using alt recipes, you can go straight from a few simple inputs to more complex outputs. Yeah, okay, so I guess it does kind of apply when you're talking about blueprints. Is black boxing. So you have your raw input holes like maybe marked with a sign that says this is for iron, this is for copper, and you have 3 of those on one side of your blueprint, and then the other side just outputs stuff. Yeah, I like to keep my factories... I guess something I didn't mention, which is kind of key to my factory design philosophy, is that I want, kind of like I said earlier, I would like for my factories to be self-contained. Like, pretty much all of my builds are spread out, and I've decided that, like, oh, this is my main base, this is done. This is my computer factory, this is done. And then I connect everything up via train network so that I can, you know, kind of call it quits on that. You just described my build. Each factory makes one thing. Materials in, product out. I have at least one factory for every item in the game. Yeah. Yeah, factory for every item, or factory for like grouped items with similar inputs is pretty good. I think that's a good way to go about it. And it's the reason I don't like pulling things off of lines and using them later. Is because I feel like if I do that, then I'm going to be really confused about where everything is. But if I just have this factory, like, okay, so this factory intakes, or let me use my basic factory because I don't remember what this one takes. This one just intakes iron and copper and outputs a bunch of basic iron and copper products. So like, I know what goes in, I know what goes out. Have to check that one out. I've only tried the browser-based planning tools and didn't really like any of them. But also my custom spreadsheet that I made isn't useful either. It's really good and useful, and I would recommend it highly. It gets updated, I don't know if I would say like regularly, but there are updates that hit it, and they improve some functionality. I think the dev is pretty active in their Discord. If you have any problems, and there's like a frequently asked questions section that makes it pretty easy to figure out if you're doing something wrong, or if, you know, it's like the program or whatever. It's fun to experiment. Yeah, I love experimenting with new stuff. I love experimenting with new designs. A lot of it's cosmetic. Hold on, just one second. I should probably name this train while I'm thinking about it. So that is going to supply all of my coal. Okay, so I have coal hooked up to the network now. The last thing I need to do is just bring everything to the bauxite and then pump up some water. Let me just take a look at what I've gotten done today. It's hard to feel like I've done anything when it's all just trains and like loading resources, but it is still a good day's work. It's a coal loading station. Getting some belted coal. It actually does look so good, doesn't it? I really love it. Does this path signal need to be replaced? I think so. I think it just needed to be replaced. Okay, well, let me fly around and make sure I didn't break any of my other path signals. Modularization is key to scalability. Yes, and that's something that I will never truly internalize because of the way that I build. My builds are never very scalable because they're never modular. Because that means I can't customize them to my liking. That doesn't mean that it's ever a bad thing to do, though. I think it's probably a really good thing to make your stuff scalable. I'm just very bad at it. No more signal weirdness. Nope. Yeah, I think it looks pretty good. I probably need some more supports in a few places, but I like it. I have over 40 factories in the Rocky Desert? Hell yeah. That's a lot of factories. Hey, voice. I'll check out the modeler. Dude, yeah, if you haven't been using the modeler, you're missing out. At least give it a try. Of all the tips and tools I've learned about from you, geez. Yeah, I mean, I love sharing that stuff. I love making sure that people get to hear about it. I really feel like, I think Rice told me about Modeler. So once again, you can thank Rice for that, for introducing me to it. And then I know I have subsequently introduced a lot of people to it, but yeah, everybody should know about that. I have a bit of a guide on some of the basic usage. It might be a little bit dated, and there are a few things that I wish I had included. Give me 1 second. Just in case anybody is interested in the program but is, like, intimidated. Here is a link to a little video I made about the program that just shows off some of the things that you can do with it. There's another video that I made, but it has... I don't think it's as important. So, if you're interested. I like Modeler. It's the only tool I use other than a spreadsheet or calculator. Yeah, me too, Simrian. I think... as soon as I found Modeler, I stopped using the other calculators entirely. It can still be kind of nice to, like, use the Satisfactory Tools calculator if you just want it to spit you something out, but I really like how personalized... Wait, I can't use that anymore. I actually have to make a new blueprint. Hold on, let me do that real quick. I'm not allowed to use that slanted foundation thing anymore because it's bad. It's tainted. I am out for a bit. I'll catch up with you later. All right, Rice. I'm glad to hear that you're thinking about starting the factory out back again. Thanks for hanging out. Shall see ya. Dude, how did I not know about this? What an incredible tool. And it's so simple, too. I guess it's kind of like... What is that? Is that a 45? 45 degree corner? Yeah. Let's put that in... I think I have a thing for tools. All right. That's the better one. Slanted corner foundation. Goodbye. Hello, foundation 45 degree corner. Welcome to the factory. Hope you enjoy your stay. It is all the way down at the bottom of my blueprints list, though. I probably need to archive some of those that I don't use as much and just clean it up. I started playing around with it and it feels much better than the other tools I've tried. Good. Actually, quite surprised there aren't planning tools built into the game. Seems like something Fixit would provide. There are quite a few things that I'm kind of surprised are not in the game. In that same vein. Like planning tools. But, when you think about it, this game is kind of... I don't want to say this game is casual, but... It's definitely out of the factory games, I think it probably is the most casual. How do I get up here? I have not been running my power. I don't think I even need this platform, really. I just want to close it off. So I guess it's not like super surprising that they've left some stuff like that out. Or, you know, I mean, the game's been being developed for a really long time. Maybe at some point they just decided, hey, the community can do it better than we can. I try and think like that for a lot of dev stuff where it's like, well, why don't you just include that in the game, you know? Because a lot of the time the community just does it better and the community will do it for free. So it kind of just like saves you dev time that you can spend on other stuff that the community can't do. Be so cool if they added monitoring tools that connect to a dashboard. Brother, you are speaking my language right now. There is a mod that does that. I think it's called Fix-It Networks that allows you to hook your machines up. It's like an additional power network, or maybe it even is the power network. And then you have a little terminal that you can use to look at your production output for an entire factory. I would absolutely love that kind of stuff to be in the base game, for sure. I'm a sucker for big control rooms. Like, I would love to be able to build an actual functional control center in a factory and have it be for a reason other than it's just a fancy place to put a couple of signs. I don't think I want to start this undertaking right now. I think this might be a project for another day, actually. Yeah, you know what? That's been good progress today. So I got a couple of roundabouts installed, a coal station, and I think I figured out where I want to make the aluminum factory. And now it's just up to getting all of the trains on this end. So following this path, I'm gonna route the tracks. I'll do that at least. But I don't think I have it in me to go over another big project today. I am feeling pretty beat. I need to get some food. But let's just see if there's going to be any problems with running tracks around this corner. I hope not, because I've kind of already decided this is what I want to do. Never know what they'll include in the eventual paid DLC. Oh my god, I would pay $1,000 fucking dollars to this company. I would still have my money's worth. I would love a paid DLC. My god. Let me give you money, Coffee Stain. What am I looking for? Where's my regular ramp piece? Where did that go? There it is. It might be a little too steep. But we'll see. Even if they made it so you could remotely connect a sign to a throughput monitor, that would enable a lot. Oh yeah. Yeah, that would be great. Connecting signs to throughput monitors would be awesome. I've seen people do some cool things with the throughput monitors already. Like if you route things all to one central location in a factory and have them eventually pass through it, you can kind of use them as trackers. Wait a minute, can I actually carry uranium with me now? I might just die. No, I can. I can actually carry it. Oh, sick. Okay. I don't know what I'm going to do with it now, though. I didn't think that far ahead. I don't know how I'm going to die. I don't know. I just put it in my pocket. I just wanted to get rid of it so that it would stop draining my filters as I was in this area, but now it's just in my... Your filters are running out fast? Yeah, I do see that. Maybe I should stop doing what I'm doing. Oh yeah, it makes them run out way faster to actually carry the material in your inventory. This makes me so excited. This makes me so excited to make a nuclear power plant, though. The prospect of getting super irradiated and dying of radiation poisoning makes me really excited to make a nuclear power plant, guys. I guess I could just delete it. It's in the container. It's in the container now. Drop it, it'll kill you. It's killing you. Oh my god. Scaring me. You're spooking me. Dimensional Depot is a good call. That's really funny. Does it still irradiate me if it's in my Dimensional Depot slots? It does. As soon as it's done, it won't. But it is for now. I'm typing... Oh my god, I'm so cooked. I'm typing Dimensional Depot into the Dimensional Depot search bar. Then I just have some uranium in here in case I feel like having a snack. Yeah, I'm good. Can you make a rad suit? I have a rad suit. That's the only reason that I'm not immediately dead. If you pick up uranium without a radiation suit, you will die in like 2 seconds. It kills you really fast. I made my first rad suit earlier today. It was a lovely occasion. It was my first milestone that I've completed in a while. Alright, how am I gonna get this down? I guess I could just run it down. I want to run it along the terrain, but I don't know if I can do that. Is there an actual uranium node up here, or is it just a bunch of little tiny annoying things? I don't think that there's a node, it's just little tiny guys. Oh, I know what I can do. I have the perfect piece for this, actually. That's not correct. But I need the power. I don't want to talk about the time I learned not to play with the uranium, and all my good gear was stuck in a death crate with it. Yeah, I think you only make that mistake once. And then it becomes very clear that you should not play with the funny green rocks. Alright, let's see if I can get a good angle going on these. I don't know if I can. That is awful. Don't like. Do not like. That's an okay incline. I could just run this track slightly different. I kind of like keeping the trees intact if possible. Okay, where's a good midpoint? It might actually be right here. So it's not too sharp either direction. That works for now. I'll just blow up some trees. I really like your rail wall pieces. Thank you. I like them too. I spent a lot of time trying to figure out how to get them just right. The wall ramps have been especially useful in a lot of circumstances where I just want to get down somewhere that I'm like, man, how do I do this? I don't know if I actually am going to have enough room up here. I guess I also have room down there. We'll have to see. I don't even know what the production chain for this is going to look like yet. But I've got the tracks coming over here, and I've got all the basic resources hooked up except for water. Actually, I mean, I'm the kind of guy who wants to make his own blueprint, so I understand if not, but if you want any of the track pieces that you see, I've shared those as well. Like every single track piece that I have has its... I've got a video about that, and also you can just grab the blueprint files for free. So, that is that link for the video, and then in the description of that is a Google Drive with all of the files. If you want them. Or if you just want to take a look at them and use them for inspiration. Because I was using someone else's rail track stuff for a while. It was rice. And I decided that I needed one of my own. Oh, it's gonna be so cool up here. I'm excited. I'm excited to like have all of the little bits and pieces ready to go. I can't quite hover though. I build trestles using iron frame into the rails. It's not perfect, but if it's not too steep, it looks all right. Yeah, I do like building rail supports as well. Usually I will get fed up with a particular area and think, all right, I'm going to just go and build some supports. I feel like I am not going to have enough room for 3 train stations up here. Maybe I should route the aluminum somewhere else. Or the bauxite. Yeah, the iron frames are good. What I like to do, I did it for this one, is this is a blueprint. So I have this little lattice piece. Let me see if it's actually even usable on these tracks. I think it should be. You kind of align it. I think I need infinite nudge to actually get it into the like precise position. But then you can kind of do like one there. And then one here. And then stretch beams between them in freeform build mode. And if you just do that all the way along, you got a pretty convincing support system. And then I have these interspersed so that there's like the heavy supports and then the lighter supports in the middle. With the final result looking like this. Being able to tilt those blueprints is very useful. You can't do that in vanilla. Yeah. No, you cannot. There are a lot of quality of life things that I get from mods for sure. Definitely use them for inspiration, but it's half the fun designing stuff. Yeah, for sure. I totally understand. I like providing them because if anybody is like scared to use trains because they don't have the pieces, that can be something that's difficult to overcome. And I did use someone else's train blueprints for a while before I made my own, so in that interim period, it was very nice to have them. Just to understand kind of the fundamentals of how they work, but I really think that it is nice to have your own set and like know that they're tailored to your particular needs. Got a massive elevator tower to bring the bauxite down from there. Yeah, I might end up doing that too, just because there's not enough room up here for me to have multiple trains, and the desert is right there. It might even be nice to just build over this. I could also just integrate this, like, okay, what if this area up here is just for drop-off with trains, and then I route all of the materials down to this plateau for the actual production? Because I love this area. This area looks awesome as well, and I would actually be able to see it from the rest of my world. I could just take it down the cliff face and distribute it here. Maybe I'll do that. So I'll have the area up top just for mining bauxite and receiving the trains. And then I'll bring it all over here. Because there's plenty of space over here. That way I don't have to worry about fitting the trains and the factory all up there. Looks dope, thank you. Oh, I think I'm pooped. I think I am done. That's all I got in me. I have 2 platforms up there with the bauxite, but actually have it belted down to the aluminum ingot factory in the rocky desert directly now. Yeah, even if I was able to set something up there temporarily for like my learning purposes, I would definitely want it moved somewhere else for a larger production line later, because I know aluminum's really important later on. Thank you so much for hanging out, everybody. Thank you so much for coming over with the raid and continuing to hang out. It's been a really good day. Good progress. I have almost everything that I need for aluminum, which is awesome, because then I can finally start using Mark V belts. And I'm excited for that. But I can feel myself waffling and getting no actual work done, and I'm just getting more tired by the second. I gotta get some food. So, yeah. Thanks for being here. Thank you for all of the follows, for all of the kind words. Y'all are super nice. And I hope that I see you around another day. I'm going to be back on Thursday, streaming again. But I don't know if I'm going to do more Satisfactory or if I'm going to be getting into the spirit of Halloween and doing some horror games. So if that's not your style, totally understand. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, of course, Brylar Gaming. Thank you for hanging out. See you next time. But I do stream Satisfactory very regularly. That is my primary stream game. So, hope to see you around. And everybody have a wonderful week. A wonderful Halloween. If I don't see you. Thanks for streaming. Hope to catch the next one. Yeah, crikey, I hope to see you there. Have a good day. 12 p.m. You have a good day. Good night, everybody. Take care. Should I raid somebody? I usually don't think to do that, but I feel like I should. Because I've remembered to. Let me see if anybody who I know is actually online. I don't want to just leave you in the void. I feel like that's kind of bad etiquette. I don't have anybody online. I don't have any satisfactory gamers online. But let's see who's up. Let's see who's up expanding they factory, hey? I don't know if anybody has any recommendations for people. The only name that I am recognizing, I'm only recognizing a single name. But let's see. How about tea time? Because I feel like I get a lot of raids from T-Man. And I have also raided T-Man. Maybe we continue the T train. BL Andrew 575 is online? That was the name that I recognized, actually. That was the one name that I recognized. Yeah, just because I don't really know anybody else, and I don't want to send you over to just anybody. I'm gonna raid BL Andrew and just send you over that way. How do I raid? I'm so bad. I think this is how I do it. I think I can just do it in chat. He's actually got an insane looking project going right now. Yeah, I'm gonna send you over there. So yeah, thank you once again for hanging out, everybody. Go send BL Andrew the love and pass it on over to him. I'll be there for a minute with you. I don't know what to spam. Just be nice. All right. Have a good one.